glad to help you with that.
Oh, no, thank you. I can manage.
Oh, how to do, ma'am?
Hello. I'm Linda Roberts.
Oh, yes, Miss Roberts. I got your telegram. I have a nice room for you, second floor front.
Well, that'll be just fine.
Would you register, please?
Yes. I don't have time to take my bag upstairs. Would you watch it for me?
Well, surely.
And where's the courthouse?
1 block down the street.
That's where they're holding the inquest?
Yes, ma'am.
That's
The
good.
inquest.
Thank you.
Sure glad that's over with.
Yes, so am I.
David said I'd like to say it.
It's all been said, Ben. In there.
Legal things have been said, but
I'm not interested. You killed my boy.
No matter what a coroner's jury said, it was murder, not self-defense. You should have been held for trial and convicted. If your name weren't Cartwright, you would have been.
Amos,
I wanted to see you dead, Joe.
Joe? About time to turn in, isn't it? It's getting kind of late.
I don't feel much like sleeping yet, Pa. I just can't keep from thinking about Mr. Crenshaw. The way he looked at me today, things he said. He must know I didn't want to shoot Zach. I did everything I could to stop it if he just hadn't drawn the gun on me.
Everybody knows that, Joe. All the witnesses testified to it.
Everybody knows it. Everybody except Zach's father.
No, I think you're wrong, Joe. I think he knows it, too. Deep down inside, he knows it. He just can't get himself to believe it. Awful hard for a father to admit to himself that his son tried to kill a man.
Well, maybe if I went over and I talked to him and tried to Explain it.
Joe, listen. There's nothing you can explain. You've said everything there is to say. What Amos needs now is time. Time to think, time to let the wound heal, time to face the truth, to be honest with himself.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
And what you need, young man, is some sleep. I want you and Oz to go into town real early tomorrow and get some new men for that ditch digging, so off to bed.
All right.
And Joe, you did everything you could. There was nothing else you could do. Absolutely nothing.
I'll get some sleep, huh?
Hi, fellas.
Hey, Bruno. Joe. Hey, boss.
Howdy, Bruno.
Couple of beers, huh? All right. So we need some men for a ditching job.
Joe Cartwright. Real live celebrity right here in Virginia City.
All right, what's the joke?
Little Joe, we're going to have to start looking at you in a new light.
Had no idea you were such a valuable critter.
What's it all about?
According to this, you're worth as much dead as Jesse James. Lady wants you dead. You must have done something awful bad.
Promised to marry her, maybe? And then backed out?
Yeah, well, I hate to disappoint you, boys, but I'm as much in the dark about this as you are. You mind if I keep this?
Go right ahead. There's plenty more of them. Little lady has them tacked up all over town.
We'll be back for those beers later.
Why would anybody do a thing like that?
I don't know, but I'm gonna find out.
Not without me, you ain't.
Room 26, Joe. Miss Roberts is expecting you. She told me to send you right up.
Thanks.
The Cartwright brothers, come in.
You Miss Linda Roberts?
I am Mr. Cartwright.
As far as I know, we've never met before.
I saw her yesterday out in front of the courthouse.
And I saw both of you there for the first time.
So you've seen me just once. This isn't a very funny joke.
I can assure you that poster is no joke.
Let me get this straight. You don't even know my little brother, and yet you'll pay just any yahoo with a gun $1,000 to kill him?
That's exactly right. Now you've learned what you came to learn. Now you can both leave.
Not just yet, Miss Roberts. I want to know why you want me killed.
You should know, and if you don't, you can wonder about that. For as long as you live.
You put $1,000 on my head and you won't even tell me why. You must be out of your mind.
Not at all. I'm sure you know why.
I give you my word, I haven't the slightest idea.
Doesn't the name Roberts mean anything to you? Billy Roberts? He was my brother and you killed him. In Carson City, June 16th at 11 o'clock at night in an alley behind the Nevada house. He didn't have a chance. His gun was still in his holster when the sheriff found him. And don't tell me you weren't there because I know differently.
I'm not denying I was there. I was staying at the Nevada house. I was questioned along with 15 or 20 other men.
But you were the only one who fit the description the eyewitness gave.
The witness saw me at the investigation and said I wasn't the man.
He said he didn't think you were. It was dark in the alley and you could hardly see. What a coincidence. You were questioned about the death of my brother and released. A month later, you were questioned and released about the killing of Zach Crenshaw. It's quite a habit with you, isn't it, Mr. Cartwright? Killing people and getting away with it.
Zach Crenshaw pulled a gun on me. I had no choice. There were a dozen witnesses.
A dozen witnesses bought and paid for with Cartwright money. Now get out of here. Both of you, get out.
Come on, Joe. Sure has her mind made up, don't she?
Yeah, she sure does.
Well, don't worry about it. Nobody's going to take that poster seriously anyhow.
You sure of that, huh?
No, yeah, the whole thing's silly, Joe.
A $1,000 reward on that poster. People are pretty silly for $1,000. See if we can hire the men for that ditching job.
Coming down the street, if you hear any minute.
Bartender, put this on the back bar.
Look, I don't want any trouble in here, mister.
Then do as I say.
Take those 2 beers now, brother.
He made me put it up, Hoss.
They went tearing out of here to see the lady. They came back meaner than a pair of rattlesnakes.
Yeah, it begins to look like the lady's got a case. That poster must mean what it says.
Well, if she's willing to pay $1,000, he must have hurt her bad enough to deserve killing. How about that, Joe? What did you do to the little lady?
He ain't talking, Jim.
He's too ashamed to tell us. I figure that's proof enough. It's time somebody did something about you, Cartwright. And I'm just a man for the job.
Doing this for Miss Roberts or for the money?
Both. Not often a man gets a chance to do a lady a good turn and get paid besides.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, but it takes 2 to make a gunfight. I'm not interested.
Only when you can draw on a boy who hasn't got a chance.
Come on, Joe, let's go.
You draw or crawl. Or every time you leave the Ponderosa, I'm gonna give you a beating until you're man enough to face me.
Scattergun was loaded with birdshot and rock salt. The first man who makes a fighting move, he'd stand up for a month now. What's going on here?
Philly was trying to collect a $1,000 reward.
Are you serious?
That's what the man said.
I was just on my way to see you about that woman putting them posters up all over town. I didn't figure she'd get any takers so soon. Get his gun. His too. All right, let's go.
Still think those posters are silly?
Your head, friend.
Thanks.
I'll give those 2 24 hours in the cell and 20 minutes to leave town. Shouldn't have any more trouble with them. And I'll go to the hotel and have a talk with Miss Roberts.
I'll go with you.
Joe, look, Maybe we ought to get on back to Ponderosa. Paul's going to be worried about us anyhow.
We haven't hired the men for the ditching crew yet.
I'll take care of that, Joe. You going home.
Hey, what do you want me to do then? Hide under the bed?
Ah, Joe, just hold on. Hoss is right. There might be a couple other drifters around town like those two I just locked up. No use looking for trouble. Give me a little time. I'll get this thing straightened out.
Look, Joe, you do what Clem says. I'll hire the men. I'll take care of everything here. You go.
Hoss, make sure he stays out of town till this thing simmers down. I'll let your pa know when.
Thank you, Clem.
I'd like to put some money in the safe, please.
Certainly, Miss Roberts.
It's Linda Roberts.
Yes. What can I do for you, Sheriff?
I, been finding these all over town. Did you tack them up?
Yes, I did.
Why?
I don't think that concerns you, Sheriff.
Well, I do. These posters incite to murder, ma'am. That's against the law.
Incite to murder? You're quite wrong. That poster specifies a fair fight. A fair fight in self-defense. That's what a coroner's jury said yesterday.
Now, wait a minute.
Self-defense is no crime, and the only thing you can charge me with is inciting someone to protect his own life.
I'm afraid it goes a lot deeper than that, but I'm not going to stand here and argue the law with you, ma'am. We got us a prosecutor, and town's paid to do that.
It's been nice, Sheriff. My key, please.
Well, you won't be needing your key. You're going with me. I'll lock you up.
On what charge?
Suspicion of inciting to murder.
And just how long do you think you can hold me?
Long enough to make you see a few facts and realize you're making a big mistake. After you.
Joseph, Hoss and I have been talking. We agree with Clem. You better stay away from Virginia City for the next few days.
Oh, but Pa,
No buts. No buts. There's plenty for you to do here. You can take charge of the ditching job. And that'll keep you busy enough so you won't have time to think about other things.
Well, he hired the new men. Why can't he handle it?
Because I want you to do it.
All right.
Listen, Hopsing's been clanging those pots and pans around them back there for an hour. We better get back and eat or we're going to lose a good cook.
What'd you say, Hoss?
I said, oh. Hi, Hopsing.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Clem, come on in.
Hello, Joe. Ben. Hoss. Hopsing.
How'd you make out with the girl?
Well, I put her in a cell, made her read a complete report of the inquest.
What'd she say after she read that?
She said it didn't change a thing. As far as she's concerned, all the witnesses were bought off. Only thing it does is reconfirm that you're fast with a gun.
Well, she gets an idea in her head. She sticks with it, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Woman's as stubborn as a mule and twice as dangerous.
Clem, is she still in jail?
Yep. They can't post bail until the court and the prosecutor fix the amount.
Now, if we drop the charges, you have to let her out, right?
Well, that's right, but I...
Joseph, do you think we ought to drop charges?
Well, might as well. Doesn't do any good keeping her in a cell.
What about the posters?
Well, I took them all down, but the harm's already been done, Ben.
I can't figure out. She wants me dead. Why doesn't she do it herself?
She thinks this fair play business will get the job done and keep her out of trouble to boot. Besides, I don't believe she could even fire a gun. Till a month ago, she was teaching English, deportment, and manners in a finishing school for young ladies back east.
Manners. Remind me never to go back east.
Supper ready long time. Either Mr. Clem join for supper or leave house so family can eat.
Clem, how about?
Well, I'd like to, Ben, thanks. I'd sure like to, Hopsing, but I better be getting on my way. Oh, I sent a wire to the sheriff of Carson City explaining the problem here. He promised to wire back if anything new turns up concerning the death of Miss Roberts' brother.
Thank you, Clem.
Yeah. Good night, boys.
Good night, Clem. Thanks again.
Joseph, let's eat.
It's about time. 真係啊，等成日都唔得。
You can thank Joe Cartwright for your release. He wanted the charges dropped. I wouldn't have been so generous.
I'm sure Mr. Cartwright's a very generous man. He can afford it. But you can tell him from me he isn't fooling anyone. He can't hide his guilt behind a display of generosity. Good night, Sheriff.
Don't make any noise. I don't want to hurt you. Just listen. I understand you want Joe Cartwright killed. Is that correct? And you're willing to pay $1,000 for his death. Is that correct? Fine. I'll do the job for you. But I want to have the money in advance.
How do I know you won't take it, run away, and not do it?
You want your brother's killer dead, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Hire me, and Joe Cartwright dies.
All right. I have to open my purse.
Do it. But don't turn around. Don't turn around. I'll be in touch shortly for the rest of my money.
Check the man up on the east section. I'll take care of the west. You supposed to be working on the ditch up on the west section?
Yeah, we was just taking a little rest, that's all.
When my brother hired you, didn't he tell you there was no drinking on the job?
Yeah, that's right. That's what he told us.
Good, I just want to make sure. I hate to fire anybody by mistake. You got a day's pay coming. Pick it up at the house.
You ought to have more respect for your elders, boy.
I don't see any difference between a lazy old man and a lazy young one.
Don't move, boy. You know, you cut me to the quick, call me and my friend here lazy. Of course, the truth of the matter is we are. That's why we took the job.
Seemed like an easy way to make a fast $1,000.
Since we heard you weren't coming to the town, we figured the least we could do was come to see you.
A lot of people know I'm out here. They know you're working here, too. You're not going to get away with it.
We ain't gonna hide it, boy. You're gonna die in a fair fight. Luke's gonna shoot you, and they're gonna find you with your gun in your hand right where I put it. Then I'll tell the law how you started the fight, and Luke just had to shoot. You know, I'm a good witness.
All right, throw it over here, nice and easy.
You two had better ride out. Don't stop for a long time. Won't be very healthy for you around Virginia City. Come on, move. Lucky thing I came along.
If you hadn't, I'd have been dead now.
I was on my way over to the Ponderosa. I just wanted to tell you that I know you didn't want to kill my Zach. I guess I knew it all along. I just couldn't bring myself to admit it. Well, I said it. I better get back to my place.
Hey, Mr. Crenshaw. Look, why don't you come on over to our place? Maybe have supper right now. I know Pa would like to see you.
No, thanks, so. I don't think so today. Started digging a new well on my place, just to keep busy. Besides, a man has to get used to being alone. You say hello to your father for me. Goodbye, Joe.
Goodbye, sir.
Quite serious, Joe. I don't want you near any of the new men until Clem has things settled down in town.
I'll take care of things around here for a few days, Joe.
Thanks.
You know, I think you started this whole thing just so I'd have to do your work for you.
Pa, if you don't need me for the next few days, I'd like to go to Mr. Crenshaw's place and give him a hand digging that well.
Well, that's fine with me. If you don't think Amos wouldn't rather be alone.
No. Now, if you'd have seen him today and talked to him the way I did, I think you'd agree with me. I think that's the last thing he wants, is to be left alone.
Well, fine. Tell Amos that if he needs anything, if we can help him in any way.
He knows that already.
Good enough.
I think I'm going to turn in. I want to get an early start. Good night.
Night, Joe.
Good night, John.
You know, Paul, things have been kind of rough for Mr. Crenshaw. I have an idea that Joe's being over there might make him feel a little better.
Yes, I hope so. I know that being there will make Joe feel better.
I'm going to start work on the new well tomorrow, Zach. I saw Joe Cartwright today. I told him I was sorry about the way I've been acting. I told him I was trying to get used to being alone. I could see he looked bad. He'll be coming around for a visit soon. Real soon.
Mr. Crenshaw?
Hello, Joe. What are you doing out this way?
I got pretty well caught up in my chores at home. I thought I might come out and give you a hand digging that well.
Oh, that's mighty kind of you to take pity on an old man. I can make out all right.
Hey, well, look, it's got nothing to do with pity. It's really kind of selfish on my part. You know, that trouble we had out at the ranch the other day, I thought it'd be best if I didn't go near strangers for a while.
You sure that's the reason?
Yeah, I'm sure.
In that case, grab a shovel. It's no fun working alone.
You take a little rest. Let me get in there.
I'd be glad to. Heard there was a little trouble in town. What's it all about?
A girl named Linda Roberts. Got an idea I killed her brother because of...
Because of what happened to Zach? You can say it, Joe. I learned to say it, to accept it. Doesn't do any good to pretend it didn't happen. It's no good for either one of us.
I guess you're right.
I know I'm right. Now let's get in here and work together. I have a feeling we've got to go a long way down before we get what we're after. A long way.
I'm doing all right. You look all worked out.
Yeah.
How'd everything go?
Good. We got a lot of work done on the well.
I wasn't thinking about the well. How did it go with Amos?
It went fine with Amos.
Good.
Yeah, a lot better than I expected.
Good.
You know, what you were telling me the other night was right. You give a man a little time to think. It made me feel better, too. I knew it wasn't my fault about Zach, but
You don't have to explain to me. I know how you feel. You feeling hungry?
You bet I am.
Supper's ready. Get washed up.
Okay.
We did good today, Zach. It won't be long. It won't be long, I promise. Well ain't deep enough yet. But it will be. It will be.
Here she comes.
Coming back.
Right. Let her go.
Howdy, Clem. This just came from the sheriff over at Carson. Figure you'd want it right away.
Thanks, Pat.
Kind of a surprise, ain't it?
Yeah, sure is.
Who is it?
Sheriff.
I think we've said all there is to say, Sheriff.
Oh, I don't believe we have said it all. I just got word from Carson City concerning the man who murdered your brother. Your brother's killer has been positively identified by the eyewitness from a sketch on the front page of the Virginia City Enterprise. They get our paper a few days late in Carson.
Zach Crenshaw.
That's right. The man Joe Cartwright shot in self-defense, the man who killed your brother.
I don't believe it.
No? Here's a telegram. You read it.
I don't know what to say.
Well, I'll tell you what to say. You make sure the word spread as fast as possible that you've canceled your offer, just in case somebody's thinking of trying for that $1,000. Then get over to the newspaper office and have some new posters printed up, admitting your mistake. Do you realize you came close to hiring somebody to kill an innocent man?
Sheriff, I've already hired a man to kill Joe Cartwright.
What?
I already paid a man to kill Joe Cartwright.
Who is he? What's his name?
I don't know. I don't even know what he looks like.
You listen to me, young lady. You get to making sense, and quick.
I came in my room. It was dark, and he wouldn't let me see his face. He wanted half the money in advance, and I was so sure that Joe killed Billy that I gave it to him.
You were so sure. I better get out to the Ponderosa and warn the Cartwrights what's happening.
I'm going to go with you.
No, you're not going to go with me. I believe Joe Cartwright's had enough of you to last a lifetime.
Well, you can't deny me the chance to prove that I was wrong, to say that I'm sorry.
All right, you can go, but we stop at the newspaper first.
You have no idea who it was that you hired.
I've told you everything I know, Mr. Cartwright. I'd give anything if it hadn't happened, if I...
Was there anything distinctive about the man's voice, the way he talked, the way he walked, anything at all?
His voice was muffled. Other than that, nothing. I'm so sorry.
Well, grateful for trying to help us.
I was so sure. I've been so foolish.
Well, Clem, it sure doesn't give us very much to go on, does it?
Nope. Could be almost anyone.
It could be one of those two men Mr. Crenshaw and I booted off the ranch the other day.
Yes, could be.
What's this you're talking about?
Oh, two of the fellas like the one in the saloon looking for easy money. I'm inclined to think that when the news gets around that the offer has been canceled, whoever it was took the $500 is just going to get out of town and forget it.
Well, I think so, too. The Enterprise is printing up those special posters right now. They put the story on page 1. 2 or 3 days should be all over. But that's 2 or 3 days. Joe, I wouldn't go near any strangers or any of the new hands until then.
Don't worry, I don't intend to.
Hal, I better take Miss Roberts back to town and get to putting up those posters. I should stop at Crenshaw's on the way back. He'll have to know about his boy sooner or later.
Hey, Clem? Why don't you let me take this wire over to Mr. Crenshaw, huh?
Joe, I think you better stay close to the Ponderosa.
Well, I'm not going to run into any strangers on the way out to Mr. Crenshaw's. I've been working with him the last few days. It's going to hit him pretty hard. I think he might take a little better coming from me. How about it?
Well, just as far as the Crenshaw ranch and back, no more. Understood?
Understood, don't worry. And you stop worrying. Everything's going to be all right.
If anything happens to you because of what I've done, I'll never forgive myself.
Hey. Come on now. I just told you everything's going to be all right. You go back to town, get some sleep. You'll feel better tomorrow. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw?
Zach? Didn't you put in enough hours here today?
Yeah. Just want to come over and talk to you for a little while.
Talk to me? Sure. Come on in. You want to talk to me, huh? Sure. Had your supper?
No, sir, I haven't, but I'm not hungry, thank you.
Oh, nonsense. Grown boys always hungry. Come on, sit down. Good beef stew, hot and ready.
Oh, really, it's very kind of you, but I'm not hungry.
Come on now, I mean it. We don't want that stew to get cold. There's plenty of time to talk after you eat. I ain't the best cook in the world. Zach always liked my stew.
Mr. Crenshaw, I came over here to talk to you about Zach.
He was a handsome boy. Wild, free, spirited like a fine horse. But he was a good boy, wasn't he, Joe? Now, you eat your stew while it's hot. Zach didn't like to let his stew get cold.
Mr. Crenshaw, I have a wire from Carson City I think you should read.
For me?
Sheriff in Carson sent it to Clem, and I asked him if I could bring it to you. I'm sorry.
Where'd you get this wire?
I told you the sheriff in Carson sent it to Clem.
I know what you said. Isn't enough that you murdered my son. Now you're making up stories to make him look like he was a killer like you. You don't fool me. Not for 1 minute.
Mr. Crenshaw, I know this is hard for you, but
I'm not the only one you don't fool. Linda Roberts. She knows what you are. She knows you murdered her brother just like you murdered my Zach. She gave me $500 to kill you. Ain't that I wanted the money. Just that I didn't want no one else doing it. All the time we've been digging that well, I've been planning on how to kill you.
Mr. Crenshaw, you have to listen to me. Linda Roberts knows I did not kill her brother. She came to the ranch today and said she was sorry, that she was wrong.
She came out to the Ponderosa?
I swear it. She's even printing a poster saying she knows she was wrong.
Why would she give me $500 if she knew she was wrong?
Because she didn't know the truth when she gave you the money. Please believe me.
You ain't eating your stew, Joe. It's getting cold.
Why don't you put down the gun and I'll eat.
Sure. You were telling me about Miss Roberts.
Yeah. She knows she was wrong. That's what I was telling you.
Wrong? Yeah, no, I remember. Yeah, your stew's cold. I'll get you some more. Zach always liked my stew. Zach. Ah! Zach's dead! And you murdered him! You may be able to fool Miss Roberts, but you can't fool me. That well we've been digging is going to be your grave.
My father and the sheriff know I came out here to see you.
That don't matter. They think I'm your friend. I saved your life. I was going to kill you that day. That's why I was following you. But I had to talk to Zach first. Then I got a better idea. I got $500 from Miss Roberts. And I let you help me so folks would think we were friends. That wire is a lie! Tell me it's a lie!
I wish I could, Amos. I wish I could.
Why, Zach? Why? You were such a good boy. Such a good little boy. Help me! Oh, God, help me!
Well, I guess it's time to go. I know I've said I'm sorry so many times, but...
But it's silly to say it again. You have a good trip and take care of yourself.
I will. Mr. Cartwright.
Bye.
Hoss.
Bye, Mel. You know, I think that little lady's gonna be all right.
Yes, I think so, too.
Just hope Amos will be all right.
Well, a man learns to face the truth. He learns to live with himself. It'll be hard.
Are you sure you haven't bit off more than you can chew, Ben?
No, George, I don't think I've bitten off more than I can chew. Timber cutting's right on schedule. As a matter of fact, I'm a little ahead. Now, you see, it just doesn't make good business sense to haul that timber all the way to the sawmill and then haul it all the way back again.
That's going to cost a lot of money.
Yes, it is. But don't forget that Army contract includes a stiff penalty clause if I don't deliver on time. And that is a lot of money, and it's lost money. It just makes a whole lot better business sense to build a new mill right where I'm cutting the timber.
Well, I'll have to take it up with the other directors. And with a loan this size, we'll have to deal direct with the San Francisco bank.
All right, George, thanks. Please, do your best to speed things up. I need that machinery in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I understand, Ben.
At the stage. You know, it's the first time in months that stage's been on time.
Yeah, well, you better get out there. You don't want your cousin Clarissa waiting in that hot sun.
No, I don't.
Now, remember, Ben, you promised me I could meet her.
You'll meet her.
All right.
Oh, Benjamin. I can see why you're happy here. This is one vast, peaceful sanctuary.
That's exactly what it is. It's your sanctuary while you're visiting here with us. Oh, I bet you can use the rest, huh? You're doing a lot of traveling. The Franklins in Ohio, John and his family in Virginia, the Wilsons in Oregon.
You make me sound like a wandering waif.
Hey, Cousin Clarissa. Welcome to the Ponderosa.
You must be Joseph. Your father said in his letters that you were the impetuous one.
Well, I just hope that's all he said.
Hey, you two trying to keep her all to yourself? Howdy, Cousin Clarissa.
Your horse.
Yes, sir. Hope you can stay a while.
What is this, a calculated plot to acquire a housekeeper?
No. You're going to be a welcome guest.
I won't be an idle guest. You wait and see. Come on, Ben, show me the house. Absolutely charming place. But it could use a little redecorating. You know, I redecorated for the Lewises in Illinois.
Oh, yes, certainly. I remember.
Where is it?
Where's what?
The kitchen. After all, a cook can't rest till she sees the kitchen. Oh, Benjamin, I'm going to have such a wonderful time cooking for you. After all, most women have only one man to care for. Now I'll have three.
Oh, welcome to Ponderosa, Cousin Clarissa.
Oh.
My name is Hop Singh, #1 cook.
Hop Singh is almost a member of the family.
Pretty soon I change name to Hop Singh Cartwright. Everybody very happy you come here.
See?
It's not often we have lady from East to visit. Oh, you must be hungry from trip.
Oh, don't go to any trouble. Just something simple.
Oh, no trouble. We have liver pate, dandelion soup, marinated lamb, roast chicken, nice green salad, ready in 1 hour.
Well.
You're probably a little tired. Would you like to rest before dinner?
Well, I am just a little tired.
Good. Joseph, would you show Clarissa to her room?
Sure thing. This way.
Oh, what a pity my stay can't be longer.
You're welcome to stay with us as long as you like.
We've got a ticket to Sacramento tomorrow. Oh, Joseph, what a lovely room.
Glad you like it.
All those horses. Reminds me of Cousin John's. They live in Virginia. I love Virginia. The people there are so genteel and civilized.
I hope after all those fancy places you don't find us a little too rough and ready for you.
No. You have a lovely home, a cook, a family, kind of warmth and security that a casual visitor that blows in like a leaf on the wind can't change.
Well, I'll get some water for you for your bath, okay?
Thank you, Joseph.
You no like dinner?
Oh, it was very good, Hop Sing. I guess I was just too tired to be hungry. Hop Sing, the next time you make roast lamb, put some basil in it or rosemary. It makes it taste better.
Oh, sure, Missy Carlisa. Basil or rosemary? You bet.
I declare, Cousin Clarissa, you eat like a hummingbird.
Well, I guess I just don't believe in living to eat.
Would you like a little more wine?
No, thanks. It's very good for a domestic product. I bet you could get some French wine in San Francisco, hmm?
Giorgio Russ's wine always tasted pretty good to me.
It's chilly in this altitude in the evenings. Excuse me, I'll get my shot.
Oh, no, Joseph will get it for sure.
Oh, no, he wouldn't know where it is.
I must say I enjoyed the meal. I thought Hop Sing outdid himself.
So did I, Paul, but I got a feeling that Clarissa didn't enjoy it much.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Oh, stick your foot off the table.
Yeah, well, all them fancy Eastern relatives, I reckon she figures we're a little backwoodsy or something.
I bet you Hop Sing's out in the kitchen now trying to figure out who Basil and Rosemary are.
I feel sorry for her, though. Kind of sad. Ever since her father died, she's been traveling around, visiting with one relative after another.
Well, how come she never did stay no place permanent, Paul?
Dunno.
Yeah, she was saying something about a ticket to Sacramento.
She got relatives in Sacramento?
No. She told me about that when I picked her up in Virginia City and brought her in. She's going to settle down in Sacramento. That place called Shady Rest. Now, I know what that is. It's where people go when they have no place of their own to live.
She's kind of a young gal to be spending her life in a place like that, isn't she?
Of course she is. She's too young to shut herself off in the world like that.
Listen, maybe she ought to stay around here for a while. She might learn to like it. A lot of eligible bachelors in Virginia City.
I thought maybe, if it's all right with you two, maybe we could talk to her. Be nice to have her around. Maybe she would stay for a while.
It's fine with me.
It's fine by me.
I'll talk to her.
Joseph?
Hey, Clarissa, you're all dressed up. You going someplace?
Yes, shopping. That is, if you'll hitch up the horse for me.
I'll do you one better. I'll drive you in town myself.
Oh, no need for that, Joseph. I'm very good with horses. Besides, I wouldn't dream of taking you away from your work.
Okay, if that's what you want.
I have to do everything myself. Where them men you promised me?
Clarissa, this is Harry Baker, our foreman. He's been with us so long, he thinks he owns the place.
Well, if I did, I'd have me enough hired hands to finish building that sawmill.
Well, I hired the men yesterday, Harry, and they're going to be here this afternoon.
Well, they'd better be. I ain't the boss's son. I can't sit on my hands the way you do.
Sit on my hands? Well, you old coot, you haven't done a lick of work in 20 years. It hasn't been from the back of a horse.
Well, you hold up your end, I'll hold up mine.
Well, go get your hand held up. I got to hitch up a buggy.
Mr. Baker, just a minute, please. You're an employee here, Mr. Baker. If I ever hear you speaking to Joseph like that again, I shall have no choice but to tell Mr. Cartwright to have you discharged.
Well, I see there's a new boss of the Ponderosa. Ma'am?
That will be all, Mr. Baker.
Teresa, I thought you'd be halfway to Virginia City by now.
I would have been if I hadn't run into your foreman.
Baker? What'd he do?
He was yelling at Joseph out there. As the older son, you should have been there to cope with him.
Baker don't need no coping with. He yells at us, we yell at him. I just yell a little louder, he yells faster, that's all.
That's just my point. A hired man should not yell at a Cartwright.
May I help you, ma'am?
Would you tell the manager that Miss Clarissa Cartwright is here?
Yes.
Oh, Miss Cartwright. Well, this is a great pleasure. I'm George Bristol. Ben told me you were going to visit for a few days.
Benjamin has asked me to stay on indefinitely.
Well, that's great news. I hope we see a lot of you. Would you please come into my office?
Thank you.
Miss Cartwright, will you have a seat, please?
Well, thank you.
Ben has told me quite a lot about you.
Oh?
But after we've met, I realize he hasn't told me half enough.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Bristol.
Now, Miss Cartwright, what can I do for you?
I came in to open my account. I feel that a depositor should have complete faith in his bank, don't you, Mr. Bristol?
You certainly should.
Therefore, I don't believe I'll put all my funds in at once. Rather, I'd like to make a token deposit of $30.
All right. Here's your deposit slip. And if you'll just sign this card. Your money is quite safe, Miss Cartwright. As you know, we handle Ben's account. Oh, incidentally, would you mind telling him that I have heard from San Francisco and there will be a short delay in our transaction?
I'll give him that message. I'm very surprised Benjamin isn't doing business directly with San Francisco.
Well, I've always handled Ben's account.
Benjamin is such a kind man.
Yes.
I'm sure he tries to do business with the local people as much as possible. Good day, Mr. Bristol.
It's a good day.
Good afternoon, ma'am. What can I do for you?
I'm Clarissa Cartwright. Are you the proprietor?
I sure am. Proprietor, owner, clerk, all rolled up in one.
In that case, you may help me.
I'd be glad to. Clarissa Cartwright, huh? You must be Ben's cousin from back east. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. I'm looking for some curtain material. These are very nice, but they're not exactly what I'm looking for.
Well, you may order anything you like, right from San Francisco. Here are the samples.
Well, while I'm looking at these, have you any slippers?
Yeah, what is your size, ma'am?
Oh, they're not for me. Gentlemen's slippers.
Yes, ma'am.
Howdy, George. You busy? Not for you, Roy. Come in, come in. I got it all ready for you before you even ask. Here's a campaign contribution from the Virginia City Bank.
Oh, gee, thanks very much.
Oh, don't thank me. It's a privilege to help you get reelected.
Ben Cartwright has promised to run my election campaign for me again, same as usual.
Well, is he going to have time entertaining his cousin and all?
I heard that she's here. Have you met her?
Yes, I have.
Is she planning on staying a while?
Well, that's what I heard.
I got a couple of posters here. I'd like to leave them with you. If you see your way clear, you could put them in the window. Thanks very much for this.
Well, you sure know good merchandise, ma'am. With the curtain material you ordered, that comes to $268.
Well, you just put that on Mr. Cartwright's account, will you?
Were you sure this will be all right with Ben?
Well, I told you I'm a Cartwright, didn't I?
Yes, ma'am. I'll just wrap these things up for you.
Put this with it. Don't forget the French burgundy I ordered, will you?
You bet. I'll remember.
Howdy, sir.
Oh, hi, Roy. Oh, Miss Cartwright, this is Roy Coffey, the sheriff of Virginia City. This is Ben's cousin.
Howdy, ma'am. I heard you was paying us a visit. It certainly is a pleasure to meet you.
Thank you. I'll pick those up in about an hour.
Hope to see a lot of you.
I doubt if I'll have any dealings with the law, Constable. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, what was that she called you?
Constable. That means sheriff in the East, I guess.
Well, different places, different ways. She sure is a fine lady. Ordered real French wine. Biggest order I've had in months.
Hey, this is my lucky day. Now you'll be able to make a nice contribution to Roy Coffey's election campaign. I'll leave a couple of these posters here. You can put them in the window if you're minded. Thank you, sir.
I'd like to speak to you for a moment.
Supper ready. Half hour, Cousin Carissa.
Hop Sing, I am not your cousin.
Oh, sorry. Hop Sing all time forget.
I bought some new pots and pans. Those old ones should have been thrown away a long time ago.
It's Hop Sing's job to buy everything for kitchen. Nobody else touch kitchen.
You have more than enough to do, Hop Sing. I'm glad to be of help.
Fry pan is too small. Mr. Hoss eat more egg than I can cook in this all by himself.
Perhaps Hoss eats too much. Dinner in 45 minutes, Hop Sing.
Supper in half hour. Same time as usual.
Oh, your boots, Hoss.
Yes, and what about them?
They're dirty.
Yes, they generally get that way working around the ranch all the time.
Yes, that's why I bought the house slippers for you to put on when you come indoors. I've had Hop Sing on his hands and knees all day, washing and waxing and polishing these floors.
Yeah, it looks real nice.
Much too nice for muddy boots.
Yeah.
Remove your boots, Hoss, please. Please.
Just hold it right where you are, Joseph. Your boots.
Yeah, my boots. What about them?
They're dusty.
They're dusty. They generally do get dusty when you work around the ranch.
Joseph, they're entirely too dusty to walk on this floor. Look at it. Hop Sing's been in there on his hands and knees, scrubbing, waxing, polishing all day.
Well, what are you going to do, carry me upstairs?
Slippers, Joseph. They're yours.
Slippers. Cousin Clarissa.
That's right.
Next thing you know, she's going to have us wearing ties to the dinner table.
Not me, she ain't.
Slippers.
Aren't you going to tell me how nice the room looks?
I reckon this is what Paul meant by a woman's touch, huh?
It is. The room certainly needed it.
You've been kind of busy, Clarissa.
Well, if it makes you happy, it's been a labor of love.
Now get this extra man. Let's see if we can speed things up a little bit, huh?
Yeah. First, like to ride into Virginia City or over to the next ranch and get some breakfast.
Breakfast? You just had 3 portions.
Yeah, porridge. Oh, I ain't had porridge since I was a kid. Whatever happened to steak and eggs, anyhow?
Well, Clarissa's just trying to bury the menu.
Well, good, but she's starving me to death while she's doing it.
Dum, do, bum, bum, dum, bum, bum, bum. Hop Sing?
Yes, cousin. Missy Cartwright?
I found this absolutely beautiful sterling silver tea service in the back room. Seems like such a shame to hide it.
Everybody here drink coffee. Nobody drink tea, so I leave in back room.
Well, I drink tea, and at the traditional 3:30.
Sure. I fix tea.
Now, you be sure the water's boiling, and don't fail to preheat the pot, and let it steep. You have some small cookies?
Got plenty cookie left over from Little Joe's birthday party.
Marvelous. Dum, ba, 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 ba.
Heat pot, boil water. 邊時係咁樣煲茶？
Hop Sing! Hop Sing!
Oh, howdy, Miss Cartwright. Is Ben around?
Benjamin and the boys have been out all day long. Well, is there anything I can do for you?
Well, no, I don't think so. I told Ben that I'd bring some of these election posters by. He always handles my election campaign, you know.
No, I didn't know that. Won't you come in and have some tea?
Well, thank you. Say, those flowers are beautiful, aren't they? You sure fix this place up?
Hop Sing! Sit down, won't you?
Thank you, ma'am.
Constable Coffee will have some tea.
Coffee will have tea. It's very funny.
Re-elect Roy Coffee for sheriff. It's not a very good likeness, is it?
Well, most of the folks know me. They'll recognize it.
Tea right on time. 3:30.
I do think tea is so civilized, don't you? Cream or sugar?
Well, I don't know. I don't drink much tea.
Oh, see, Hop Sing hasn't brought the lemon. Oh, the domestic help out in the West is deplorable, don't you think?
Miss, I just don't want to cause you no bother. I am in a bit of a hurry, and if it's all the same with you, I'll just be running along. And you will tell Ben that I left the posters, please?
Well, surely you don't expect Benjamin to tack up these posters, do you?
Well, I wouldn't be too sure about that. Generally,
I can understand him getting deeply involved in state or national politics, but not on a local level.
But when we talked about it the last time, he said distinctly that he wanted to handle my election campaign.
Oh, I'm sure he would, if he could spare the time.
But he said...
I'll tell you, I'll talk to him when he returns. You know, sometimes I think Benjamin is much too generous with his time.
Maybe I better just hang on to these posters until after you've had a chance to discuss the matter with Benjamin.
I think that would be an excellent idea.
Goodbye, miss.
Goodbye.
Thank you, Jay.
that you, Benjamin?
Yes, it's me.
Too bad you weren't here half an hour earlier. You missed Constable Coffee.
Oh. Oh, you mean Sheriff Coffee? Yes. I'm sorry, I missed him. Oh, did he leave anything for me?
No, I offered him some tea and we discussed his campaign for re-election. He seems like a very nice man.
Oh, he's Roy is one of the best. Sorry, I missed him.
Is something troubling you?
Well, as a matter of fact, yes. That lumber contract with the Army. I can't fulfill it until I get the new machinery. I can't get the machinery until the loan comes through. It hasn't come through, and time is running out on me. I just have to go in and see George Bristol again. Would you like to ride in with me tomorrow morning?
Yes, and I can do some more shopping. That is, unless you think I've run up too many bills.
Everything looks lovely. We'll ride in right after breakfast.
All right.
Clarissa, you finish your shopping and then we'll meet you at the hotel for lunch.
I'd like that very much.
See you later, Joe.
Yeah, see you later, Pop.
Hello.
Hi, Ben.
I'm expecting a wire from Sacramento. Will you look to see if one came in?
I think one came in last night for you, Ben. I'll take a look for it right now.
Good.
I simply had to come and see you, Mr. Bristol. Benjamin tells me he's deeply concerned about the delay, and so am I.
Well, I'm doing my best.
Well, it's just not enough. Benjamin is losing valuable time by dealing with such a small local bank.
Are you suggesting that he could do better without me?
Mr. Bristol, Benjamin is dealing with you because you're such an old friend. But I think you'll agree he's paying a great price for that friendship.
Friendship?
Oh, Clarissa? Well, I didn't know you were here. I thought you were out shopping.
Well, I had a little business with Mr. Bristol, but I'll just be leaving.
Oh, no, don't move. I'll just be a moment. George?
Morning, Ben.
I just got a wire from Sacramento. They have the mill machinery ready to ship, and I was wondering what you'd heard from San Francisco. George? George, I said, what did you hear from San Francisco?
The loan has not been approved yet. I told you it would take time, and after all, this is only a small-town bank.
George, look, you know about my Army contract, the stiff penalty clauses, and the cancellation clause. I can't wait much longer.
I understand your problem. However, perhaps it would be better if you handled it yourself.
Clarissa, perhaps it might be better if you finish your shopping now, and I'll meet you back at the hotel. I want to talk to George a moment.
That won't be necessary. There's nothing more to be said.
George, I don't know why you've got your back up like this.
If you don't mind, I have work to do.
I just don't understand that George. Sometimes he gets so danged uppity. Can't even reason with him. Get my own loan.
Oh, I'll just finish my shopping.
Oh, Roy. Thanks, sir.
Ben, hi.
Roy, and Clarissa told me you came by yesterday. I thought you were going to leave some of those posters for me.
What with the mill you're building, I figured that you'd be much too busy to get mixed up in local politics.
Well,
Well, I don't even know if I'm going to be building a mill, but I've been running your campaigns before. Don't you want me to run this one?
Thanks just the same, but I just couldn't take your valuable time.
Well, my time's valuable, too. What can I do to help?
Roy? What's the matter with you? You know, you're as grumpy as a grizzly with a sore paw. Now, I told you I was going to run your campaign. I'm going to.
Well, I thought you were all tied up with the mill.
I am tied up with the mill. But I've built mills before, and I'll build them again. That doesn't mean I'm so tied up I can't help you.
Ben's right.
Yeah, I guess he is.
A little plain talk usually straightens things out.
Pity more people don't know that.
Son of a gun.
Hey. What are you fellas doing here? I thought you were working up the North Range.
Well, you thought wrong, Mr. Cartwright. Me and the boys decided to come into town and have ourselves a drink.
Oh, really? Okay, well, that's fine with me, but if Pa finds out about it, you're liable to find yourself without a job.
Well, he's going to be a mite late. Because in case you didn't hear, we quit.
Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean you quit?
Quit! When some female comes into the men's bunkhouse, hangs up curtains, pours out all our whiskey, and then starts ordering my men around, I am through. Through.
Roy Coffey was no problem. I just talked to him and straightened things out with him. And Baker, well, you know, anytime he's blowing up and quit, I can talk to him. But Mr. George Bristol, well, that's a horse of another color. He just froze up completely.
Did you ask him why?
When Mr. George Bristol freezes up, he's harder to get to than the gold in the Denver Mint.
Well, how come it turned against you all of a sudden, Paul?
It must have been Clarissa. She was sitting in the office when I walked in. She sure has the knack of saying the wrong thing at the right time.
She sure does. She sure gets under my skin. Hop Sing ain't been the same neither.
No, she doesn't do it deliberately. She just does it.
Well, Paul, in that case, how come the relatives keep asking her to come and stay with them all the time?
Because they need her. They use her. Anytime they need somebody to take care of the baby, take care of the house, do the house cleaning, the cooking, and there's no help in the house, they send for good old Clarissa, and she goes. Because she has to. The only way she can pay for her keep. Has nothing but her pride. Took care of her father long enough until the day he died and left her with nothing and an old maid.
How do you think the relatives are really using Clarissa?
What's that supposed to mean?
I just like when she came here. We didn't ask her to be the maid, the housekeeper, the cook. That was all her idea. Maybe she's done exactly the same thing with the rest of the relatives.
That's right.
May have something there. But she just likes to keep busy. I'll tell her to stop running our lives.
When? When will you talk to her?
Well, soon. I'll talk to her tomorrow.
How about now? Still early.
Yeah, I think I will.
Yes,
It's Ben, Clarissa. May I come in?
of course, Benjamin. You know, I've been lying here thinking about this house. Everybody's so good to me. The warmth, Benjamin. The love. I envy you the way you love each other.
Well, we managed to stick together. We always have.
I can see it, I know. 3 against the world.
Oh, well, no, not exactly, Clarissa. It's not 3 against the world. It's, you see, we have many good friends and neighbors and people who help us along the way all the time. And it's really what I wanted to to talk to you about.
Yes, Benjamin?
I know that you've traveled a great deal, met many people, but I'll bet you that people out here are much more sensitive than the people in the East. Now, I know they look hard, and their hands are all gnarled from hard work, but their feelings are very close to the surface. They're very easily hurt.
Are you scolding me?
Oh, no, of course not. It's not for... I was really just wondering whether you had said anything to George Bristol that he might have misunderstood.
Oh, Benjamin. You worry about the most unimportant things. Well, he's just the local banker. And besides, you yourself said he had a closed mind, now, didn't you?
Well, yes, I did. But now, my foreman, Harry, and the two hands had just walked off with him.
Those three. That's not such a loss.
You see, these people, they don't understand that...
Are you trying to tell me that I've worn out my welcome?
No, Clarissa, we all want you to be very happy here.
Oh, I am happy. Everything's absolutely marvelous.
Good.
But you can't expect me to just sit around like a piece of furniture and not have an opinion.
Well, of course not, Clarissa. No one would ever expect that. You can't be denied that.
But I've offended your friends. Oh, Benjamin, if I'm coming between you and your friends, then I shall simply have to leave here.
Now, wait a minute, Clarissa. No, please, Clarissa. Now, I didn't come in here for any reason like that. No, I had no intention of even suggesting such a thing.
Well, if I stay, I've got to be useful.
Well, of course you do, Clarissa.
A woman needs to be needed, Benjamin.
Certainly.
That's the most important thing in her life.
Oh, Clarissa, of course it is. Of course it is. Now, Clarissa, you must promise me something. Now, you must put out of your mind any thought of leaving here. Now, you must do that now.
Yes, I will, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Now, I know you must be tired. And, well, I'll leave you and we'll see you in the morning.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night. Oh.
How'd you make out?
Well, she wanted to leave.
Is she going to?
No. I talked her out of it.
It's your move.
So good of you to come, Mr. Coffey.
Cartwright.
Mr. Peterson?
Miss Cartwright, you haven't met my wife, Elvira.
How do you do? My, you must be happy to be settled down after all your wanderings.
Did Benjamin tell you I was a gypsy?
No, it was Emily Durker.
Emily Durker?
She works in the post office. She mentioned how your letters to Ben always had a lot of different return addresses.
Well, I have a very large family, Mrs. Peterson, and I love them very dearly.
Come along, Elvira. Let's sample Hopsing's punch.
Say, some punch, Sherry.
Thank you, ma'am.
What's going on here?
Maybe Roy's having a campaign party or something.
We'll soon find out. Take your noses. What? Anything. Clarissa.
Benjamin, surprise, surprise. Are you surprised?
Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I am just a little surprised. Now, what is all this about?
Well, last night you said I'd made trouble with your friends, and I didn't want that. So I went into town and I talked to them, and now they're all here. All your friends are here. Well, are you pleased?
Well, yes, Clarissa, I'm, it's very nice. It was very nice of you, Clarissa. Everything looks lovely. I'd better get cleaned up.
Good evening, Miss Cartwright.
Good evening, Mr. Bristol.
George. Well, nice to see you here. Thank you. However, I'm here because Miss Cartwright extended a personal invitation.
Oh, well, no matter what the reason, I'm still very happy that you're here, George.
Why don't you get Mr. Bristol some punch, Benjamin?
Yes, certainly. George, come along. Get some
No, you get it.
I'll be right back. Cookers are good. What's the occasion?
Clarissa's idea for patching things up. I gotta get this punch to George.
What's the big hurry?
I don't want Clarissa to have a chance to say anything more to him.
Stop worrying. You got nothing to lose. Most of these people don't talk to you anymore anyway.
Oh, Ben, hey, that Pete Jenkins that's running against me, he could get an awful lot more votes than we first figured.
What'd you say, Ron?
Well, Pete Jenkins is going around the county and making speeches and talking to folks, and from what I've been hearing...
It's a very nice party, Miss Cartwright, but I'm wondering why you invited me.
Well, I was hoping you'd make it up with Benjamin.
Make it up.
A man has to be generous, don't you think?
So I thought maybe you could set up some meetings, like here in Virginia City at the town hall and some other towns in the county.
My cousin Benjamin's been very good to you.
Yes, that's quite true.
And I know you're grateful to be of service to him.
Grateful to be of service?
There. I knew you weren't too proud to recognize the obvious.
I thank you for setting me straight, Miss Cartwright.
Well, I'll talk to you about that first thing in the morning, Roy.
All right, fine.
To George? Well, here's that punch.
Not now, Ben. I'm going home.
George, wait a minute now. What do you mean going home? The party just started.
Well, it's over as far as I'm concerned.
Roy, have some more punch. I'm going in to get cleaned up.
Hey, Harry. I'm glad you could make it.
I want my money.
Hey, now, come on. Now forget that money talk. You've been with us too long for that.
I ain't working for no female.
All right, you don't have to work for any female. We got that all straightened out. You can take the curtains down in the bunkhouse, and you can even keep a little whiskey in there if you want to. How's that sound?
Fine.
All right, then forget about it. Go on and get some punch.
Howdy, ma'am.
I thought I told you no drinking for the health of the Ponderosa.
Hey, Harry, where are you going? What about that punch? Hey, Harry, what the heck's this all... Harry! Harry, what the... Harry, will you... Look, I'm sorry about that, Harry. I didn't want to hit you.
Joseph, what's going on here?
Beats the heck out of me, Pop.
Harry, you better get on back to town and sober up.
Sober up, heck. I can't even get a drink of punch around here. I want my money, if it's all right with that female who's running the Ponderosa.
Joe, get him his money.
No, please. Don't go. Please, everyone, stay. Oh, I didn't want to cause any trouble. I just wanted to help. Ben, they're your friends. That's the most precious thing in the world. And I came between you. Please.
Clarissa, it's all right.
No. No, it's not all right. It's not all right until you're friends again. Then it will be all right.
Well, I've always been a doggone hothead, Mr. Cartwright. You know that.
You've always been a good foreman, Harry.
Joe, what are we fighting about anyway?
I can't remember, Harry.
And I'm sorry, Ben. I think that I could have been more tolerant.
Well, Hop Singh has made some cookies. I'll get them.
George. You know, fellas, I think we could stand some punch.
Mr. Cartwright, I leaving. I going back to San Francisco.
Son of a gun. She done it again.
I'll go get him, Bob.
You know, Ben, I think I'm beginning to understand that lady.
Really?
Yes.
Really? George, I'd like to talk to you about something.
Thank you. Benjamin, it's a beautiful room. It's so generous of you to give it to me.
Oh, you like it, I'm glad.
Oh, like it. I just love it.
Good.
But Benjamin.
Oh, now, Clarissa, come on now. You gotta stop worrying. Now, sit down. You're an excellent bookkeeper. You know that. You'll have your own office. It'll be peaceful and quiet to be able to do all the work you want. Nobody will disturb you.
Oh, I do appreciate what you're doing. But...
Hold on there. It's all settled. I've already talked to George Bristol. He's delighted at the prospect.
He is?
Clarissa, George Bristol needs your help.
He really needs me?
Of course he does.
You know, George Bristol is a very nice man, isn't he?
Yes, he is. He's one of the best.
It would be nice to be independent, wouldn't it?
Now, wait a minute, Clarissa. You're not going to get so danged independent you're not going to come out to visit with us.
Thank you, Benjamin. But it'll have to be just for a visit. I'm going to be very busy.
Good. Well, I better be getting along. We'll see you soon.
Yes, Benjamin, at the bank.
Yes.
You know, I'm beginning to have all kinds of new ideas about banking. I can't wait to tell George about them.
Howdy, ma'am. You having trouble?
Oh, big trouble. The wheel refuses to stay on, and I'm not strong enough to put it back.
Well, I think we can fix that up. I'll be happy to help you out.
Thank you so much. It's so nice of you.
It's all right, ma'am. Be happy to do it. My name's Horse Cartwright, ma'am. I reckon you must be this Madame Morova, huh?
I am. So pleased to make your acquaintance, Mr. Cartwright.
Just call me Horse, ma'am. Most everybody does. You got anything I can put under that axle when I lift it up?
Oh, I'm sure I will find something. Here you are.
Oh, fine. Now, when I get it lifted up, you stick that barrel right under there.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good.
You're wonderful. I never saw such a strong man in my life before.
Oh, ma'am, that wasn't nothing. We're going to have to figure out some way to keep that wheel on there. You got any wire?
Oh, I might. I'll be back in a minute.
Fine.
$150, 70, 178. That's it. Here you are.
Yeah, that'll do it fine. I reckon from what it says on here, you must be a fortune teller, huh?
The world's greatest. To me, the future is as clear as a day.
Yeah? Now, I've seen a lot of fortune tellers, but I believe you're the prettiest one I ever did see.
You're not only a very strong man, Mr. Cartwright, you're also a very gallant gentleman.
Hey, maybe you could just tell me a little bit about my future so I could amaze my pa and little brother, huh?
Mr. Hoss, after the great favor you have done for me, I'll be more than delighted to tell your future. It is unbelievable.
What? What's unbelievable?
Look at this line. And look at this line. This is magnificent.
Yeah, you know, I hadn't noticed that myself before. That is sort of funny, ain't it?
I've only seen this mark once in my life before. And he was a great musical genius. Look at this line. You see, it makes a star. And look at this line. You are going to give a concert in 1 week.
On the harmonica?
Violin.
Oh, violin.
You're not as much as touched a violin.
Well, Madame Moreau, it ain't that I got anything against a fiddle. It's just that, well, I ain't never had one of them around, that's all.
I'm going to take care of that. Here is the violin of the great maestro I told you about. Take it. On his deathbed, he told me to give it to someone whose genius is as great as his. It's a Stradivarius.
A Stradi who?
Stradivarius.
Stradivarius. Sounds sort of pretty, don't it?
It was made hundreds of years ago. It's a gift from one maestro to the other. You are going to give concerts before kings. Crowds are going to gather before your feet. The newspapers are going to carry your pictures. And the whole world will know that the world's greatest violin virtuoso is Maestro Hoss. It's written.
Well, I sure do thank you, ma'am. I wish there's something I could do for you.
You are very kind. Well, there is a little thing.
Well, you just name it.
You see, it's not easy for a woman alone. And only 2 months ago, I needed some money. And I had to borrow it on this same violin. But don't worry, I'll pay it back.
How much was it?
$178.50.
Dad, Bertie, ain't that something? It just so happens that that's exactly what I got on me.
Oh, no, I couldn't take it. The great master insisted the violin should be given free.
Madam, you gave me the violin free. Now, it ain't your fault, or the maestro's, that you had to borrow money against it, is it?
Do you really think the great maestro would understand?
Well, I understand, and you said I was just like him.
Mr. Hoss, when you're a great man, and the whole world is at your feet, remember Madame Marova.
Yes, sir.
Farewell, Maestro Hoss.
Farewell, Madame Marova.
There's no reason why your brother can't be home on time for supper. Absolutely no reason at all.
Well, don't worry, Pa. He may be late for a meal, but he'll never miss one altogether.
Well, I'm missing one altogether, and I'm hungry.
Soup cold, chicken all burnt.
Chicken all burnt. What's your brother doing sneaking in the back way? Hoss? Hoss, is that you? Hoss, you in there?
Paul, sorry I'm late, Paul.
Supper is all cold. Chicken is all burnt, all spoiled.
Dad, Bernard, I told you I was sorry, Hopsing.
Dad burn you sorry. 真係嘥晒啲時候。
Well, what did keep you?
Reckon I just sort of grew a little dreamy out on the trail, Paul.
You know, you got kind of a funny look on your face. You look kind of like you're in love or something.
Maybe I am.
Well, who's the girl?
I didn't say nothing about no woman. I mean, you can fall in love with other things besides women.
Yeah, like what?
Like you remember that saddle you was attached to? There wasn't no way nobody could separate you from it.
You in love with the saddle?
Oh, no, Paul ain't in love with the saddle. It's hard to explain, Paul. Maybe someday I can tell you about it.
Hoss, this is your brother. I am your father. Do you think you might be able to confide in us?
Oh, Paul, it ain't that I don't trust you. It's just that, well, most folks just don't understand things like this, that's all.
Things like what?
Well, things like being able to read the future and know what's going to happen. And things like talent. And things like genius and such stuff as that.
Well, I admit it's very difficult to look into the future and foretell what's going to happen, and I don't think we've had too much contact with genius around here.
Maybe you have, Paul, and just didn't know it.
Joe?
Yeah, Bob.
Seen Hoss?
No, I haven't seen him this morning.
Funny, I've been looking all over for him. Can't find him. Hopsing said he didn't eat breakfast this morning. Well, I hope he's not in any trouble.
Well, it's not like him to keep things from you.
Hank?
Yes, sir.
Hank, you seen Hoss around?
Not since early this morning.
Oh, where was he then?
Well, he came out to the barn about sunup, saddled his horse, and he was carrying a funny-looking case, and I asked him what was in it, and he got mad.
Oh, what'd you do then?
Well, rode off toward the hills. He seemed in a mighty big hurry.
Joe, we're going after Hoss. Hank, set up a horse.
Yes, sir.
The Chubb's tracks, all right.
Yeah. What'd Hoss be doing up here?
It's a heck out of me. You ever hear an animal make a sound like that?
A wounded mountain lion. Maybe.
Whatever it is, I hope it hasn't hurt Hoss.
Horse! Horse! Oh, come on. He's mad. He's ready. Horse!
Nuts! This man.
Horse. Come on now, open up. We know you're in there. We're sorry for what happened.
Hey, I'm sorry, Hoss. Now, come on, be a good sport and open up, will you?
Horse, we were very surprised at how you played. Well, like I was saying, Joe and I were very surprised. May we come in for just a minute?
Just for a minute. I'm pretty busy, Paul.
Where's the fiddle?
It ain't no fiddle. It's a Stradivarius.
A Strati what?
A Stradivarius.
What in the heck is that?
What's a Stradivarius? Well, see, there was this famous old violin maker named Strati, and he made various violins, and that's one of them. It's a very valuable, rare old violin given me by a great maestro.
You gotta be kidding.
I ain't kidding. The reason he gave it to me is because I'm going to be a great maestro.
Hoss, we better start right at the very beginning.
There was this chick.
straight on. Son, you have many talents. There are many things which you do extraordinarily well. As a matter of fact, I might even say that you're a genius in it. But you cannot play the fiddle.
Paul, you and Joseph have to go now. I have to practice. Now, mind you, I don't hold it against you. I mean, all geniuses have been misunderstood by their...
It's not a question of misunderstanding, Hoss.
Paul, please. Please. Just go.
Mr. Hoss, you make the music of a paradise. You great musician.
Dad, burn it up, saying it's obvious you got a good ear for music. Sit down and set a spell.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Go rest. I know how you feel. You're in the hen stop lane.
Just like old China.
Joseph, we've got to do something about that. We've got to find the gypsy woman. She's the only one who can make him stop playing that fiddle. Do you understand? We've got to find her.
How are we going to find her? She's long gone by now.
Oh, we'll talk to Roy Coffey. He's got to know where she is. Do you understand? Now saddle up. We're going to town. Hey, Roy.
Howdy, Baron.
Listen, have you heard of a Madame Morova in town?
I might have. And again, I might not have.
Well, she's a gypsy fortune teller.
Yeah, she sold Hoss a violin.
Yeah.
What are you, music haters?
Now, look, we got to find her because she talked Hoss into playing the violin. Now we're going to try to...
Your Madame Morova kind of gets around. She's wanted in 3 states for bunco games. Come here, I'll show you something. There's your Madame Morova. I caught her hightailing it through town and endangering the public safety.
I don't know this man.
Well, ma'am, you may not know us, but you sure know my son, Maestro Hoss.
Ah, you are his father. How nice to make your acquaintance.
Madame Morova, you swindled my son Hoss out of $178.50. You sold him a worthless old fiddle which he thinks is valuable. Now, that's fraud. And if I bring charges against you, I can put you away for a long time.
It is a Stradivarius. The name is clearly printed on it. Perhaps it's not real. Besides, I didn't sell it to him. I gave it to him.
That's right, ma'am. You gave it to him, and he gave you $178.
Yes. Wasn't that nice? You see, I'm a very poor woman, and I needed the money badly.
Well, look, let's forget about the money part of it. The point is that he is playing that fiddle day and night, and he is driving everybody crazy.
Yes, that's the way of the genius. They rehearse all the time.
He's not a genius. You know he's not a genius. I know. You told him he's a genius, so he thinks he's one. All right. Let's talk about money. Now, how'd you like to make $200?
I would like to.
Well, then come right out to the ranch then and get that fiddle away from him.
I would love to. But as you can see, I'm in jail.
Roy, how about it?
Well, Ben, seeing as I know you and seeing as you got the problem that you got, I'd let her go with you even if she was Billy the Kid.
Sure doesn't look like Billy the Kid, Roy.
Joseph, you get Madame Morova's rig and drive out with her.
You know, When my brother Hoss first talked about you, I kind of pictured you as being old and fat. Say I don't believe in fortune telling, but I can see why he was taken in.
Why do they call you Little Joe? You're not little.
I'm the youngest. My brother Hoss is the biggest, so...
You come from a very remarkable family. But you are the most remarkable of all of them.
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that.
There'll be many beautiful ladies in your life.
Really?
One of these women is going to be very rich. And you are going to travel with her all around the world. There's something which causes me not to see how you and she are going to meet.
Whoa! What do you suppose it is?
For this, I need my crystal ball.
Crystal ball. Where is it?
In the back of the wagon.
Crystal ball. It's in the back. Yeah, well, I'll get it. Because I don't believe in this. I'll go along with it. But I'll get the...
Well, you finally decided to come home. What took you so long?
Good night, Pa.
Wait a minute. What do you mean, good night, Pa?
Well, it's getting late.
I know it's late. Where's that woman that's supposed to be with you? That woman, where is she?
Well, she rode off in her wagon.
She rode off in a wagon? And, what were you doing while she was riding off in the wagon?
You see, I got out of the wagon to get something and...
Wait a minute. What did you get out of the wagon to get?
One of those, crystal balls. It's 2 o'clock, Pa. I think we ought to go to bed.
How do you propose we get to sleep?
Well, maybe he's getting the hang of it. I think that's home, sweet home.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
What's that? Sounds like silence.
He's fallen asleep. Now, we'll go up to bed now, but don't make any noise. Don't wake him up.
Just like moonshine.
you going?
I'm going to get some sleep.
Sleep.
Morning, Hank.
Morning, Sheriff.
Is Ben around?
Yeah, he's in the barn.
Thanks. Come here. Ah. Sleeping a little overtime, ain't you? Hey, you got a real nice new bedroom here, Ben.
What are you doing?
Hey, boy! I just came out to see how you boys are getting along with Madame Marova. Now, don't tell me. Just see if I can figure it out for myself. You two are sleeping out here in the barn, so Hoss must still be playing that fiddle. And then you paid that gypsy woman to try to talk him out of playing it, but it didn't work. And when I come in, I didn't see her wagon out there nowhere, so just maybe she didn't get here.
Roy, you are a marvelous detective. You ought to try running for sheriff sometime. We'll find that woman if it's the last thing we do.
It just seems to me that the last I saw, little Joe had the madam in his custody. What about that boy?
You're right. You're right, Roy. It was my fault. I let her make a fool out of me.
Ben, let me ask you something. I and you and little Joe and Hoss, you figure we're kind of the same kind of folks?
Well, I think so.
Well, Madame Marova figured the same thing, and she took me for better than $100 in a poker game. Now, I wouldn't have that female in my jail again if you give me the whole Ponderosa.
She took you for $100?
Roy, we are the same kind of folks.
What is that?
What do you think it is?
Oh. Well, Ben, if it was me, I think I'd get him a teacher. There's a new one in town, a Miss Dorothy Hibbs.
Violin teacher?
Yeah, she teaches the violin and piano.
You know, that's not a bad idea, Pop. Except since we laughed at him, he won't play for anybody except Pop Sing.
Well, there must be some way to do it. Must be.
Well, sure, you just take him into that Miss Hibbs, let her hear him. If she tells him he's awful, he's bound to quit.
Oh, he's not going to go into town and play for somebody in town. He won't play for anybody here except Pop Sing. If I went into town and talked her into coming out here to listen to him, maybe you could talk Hoss into playing for her.
There. Now, don't you feel better? Told you even geniuses have to eat.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Pa and I are really surprised at the improvement you've made just practicing on your own. Well, already you're playing Home Sweet Home.
Yeah. Hey, you like it?
No, doesn't everybody?
Yeah, well, Hop Sing sure does.
Well, there you are. I mean, who's got a better ear than Hop Sings?
Yeah.
Of course, just a shame they don't play those kind of tunes in concerts. They play those real complicated ones.
Don't you reckon I know that?
Well, sure, I know you know. But tunes like that, you'd have to have a teacher.
Well, I reckon even a genius could use a teacher.
Maybe, you know, I'm glad you said that, because Pa went in town to get you one.
Now, wait a minute. Dad, burn it, I'll pick my own teacher.
Yeah, well, look, we're not forcing her on you. We just thought we'd bring her out here and let you size her up. Might not be a bad time to give your first concert.
How do you mean?
Well, you know, a regular performance. Dress you up, everything. She's bound to see you're a genius then.
You reckon?
Sure. We put on a real concert. Invite some of the hands. You know, they're dying to hear you close up.
Yeah. I reckon word does get around, don't it?
Does it?
Hey, what would I wear?
Wear? Oh, you know what to wear? Pa's dress suit.
Dad, burn, Joe, that's perfect. That's perfect. You sure know a lot about this being a maestro, don't you?
Yeah.
Been reading up on it for you.
Yeah. Tatburn, just imagine. Just like Madame Morova said. A concert my first week.
Where you going?
I'll be in my dressing room.
Miss Hibbs, I want to thank you very much for canceling all your appointments on such short notice to make this trip.
Oh, I haven't been in town long enough to have very many appointments.
Well, just the same, thank you.
Besides, it gives me an opportunity to see the Ponderosa, which I've heard so much about. Has your son studied the violin very long?
No, he's just a beginner.
And already you're thinking of a teacher for him. How very nice.
Well, actually, what we're looking for is an honest appraisal of his talents, his abilities, and please don't hesitate to tell the truth.
Oh, I always do, Mr. Cartwright. I feel it's better to disappoint than falsely encourage.
Oh, absolutely.
I always tell the truth, Mr. Cartwright.
That's all I ask. That's all I ask, Miss Hibbs. Thank you.
Welcome, Missy Hip. This way.
Oh, my, what a lovely setting.
The seat of honor.
Oh, thank you. You must be very proud of your son, Mr. Cartwright. Mr. Cartwright?
Ma'am?
You must be very proud of your son.
Oh, yes, indeed. I am very proud of him, indeed. I must go find him.
Of course.
Oh, Joseph.
Hey, did the music teacher get here all right?
Yeah, she's downstairs. What's going on down there?
We're going to have a concert.
A what?
It's the only way I could talk him into playing for the music.
Who's going to be at the concert?
Look, don't worry. Just get downstairs. The show's going to start.
Maestro? Showtime.
Take your place. You know what to do. Come on, boys. Snap it up. Clap a little bit. Smile. That's good. Come on, boys. Take your place. Where would you come? Now remember, no matter what, I don't care how bad it sounds, clap as though it's the greatest.
I can't hear you. I got cotton in my ears.
Oh, brother. I said clap no matter how bad it is. And will you take that silly look off your face? You want to get us fired?
Lady and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure and honor to present in his premiere performance a true violin virtuoso, my own brother, Maestro Hoss. All right, let's hear it for him. I'm a little nervous first time out. Maestro Hoss. Come on, Hoss. Come on.
My, he's big.
Yes, he's
Big and handsome.
Yes, he's...
I do admire big men.
Go get him.
You have to give him one of my best coats to wear. He's going to bust right out of it.
Mr. Horse, falafel. It's just like old China.
I do want to thank you for a wonderful evening. You do have great talent.
It's nothing.
Oh, but it was, Hoss, really. Of course, even a great talent needs help, instruction and practice. You need about 3 lessons a week. 4 would be even better. I'm usually free in the evenings. You'd be amazed at the difference that a couple of years of practice will make.
Well, I certainly thank you, Miss Hibbs.
Dorothy.
Dorothy.
Did she say a couple of years?
Yeah.
Oh, my. How could anything go so wrong?
It's my fault. Gypsy woman talked him into thinking he's a genius. She's the only one that can talk him out of it.
Oh, I'd love to get my hands on her just once.
Yeah, well, I'm going to. I'm going to go out and find her. You got your $200. She owes you this one.
Joe, morning is good enough.
You wouldn't believe this, mister, but
I believe it. I believe it. Which way was she going when you saw her last? Right.
Madame Morova. What a small world.
Mr. Little Joe Cartwright. You want me to tell your future?
Oh, no, thank you. I have a feeling your crystal ball isn't working today. Otherwise, you'd been long gone by now.
Well, even crystal balls can make little mistakes. What do you want with me?
I want you to come back to the Ponderosa and do what we paid you to do. I want you to talk my brother Horace out of torturing that violin, not to mention my pa and me.
And what if I refuse?
Oh, I don't think you're going to refuse, ma'am. Now, see, I met the man you conned out of that horse. You know, conning and stealing are the same thing. So you stole that horse. In this part of the country, we hang horse thieves. Shall we go?
Ilyen igazi parasz, hogy jövök, az most visszamegyek. Én azt mondom, hogy mindent adtam nekem, mi kellett. Ezt nem is ért.
Anything you say, man.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's exactly what my crystal ball told me. That's why I had to come back. You see, I made a mistake.
What kind of mistake?
You see that line here? It made a star. At least I thought it made a star. But it's not here anymore.
You know, you're right. I must have marked my hand when I picked up the axle of your carriage, and now it's gone.
That's exactly what my crystal ball told me.
Then I ain't no musical genius after all, am I?
Oh, yes, you are a genius. Except your hands, just like your talents, are too big for the violin. Here is your money. I must ask you to give me back my Stradivarius. You see, I promised the maestro I only give it to a violin genius. You understand?
Oh, sure, Madame Roy.
I gave my word for the maestro, and I always keep my word.
I wouldn't have it no other way. I thank you for coming back. I'll show you to your carriage. Oh, I'm going to take a little ride. I'll see you all later.
Sound like old Ponderosa.
Oh, it's gonna feel great sleeping in my own bed tonight.
Where, Mr. Hoss?
We'll be along a little while. Let's eat, Hopsing. Come on.
Nobody eat till Mr. Hoss get here.
Oh, Hopsing. Must be him now. About time. I thought he was going out for a short little ride.
Sing.
Oh,
Presente.
thank you.
You know, Madame Morova was right. My genius, like my hands, are just too large for a violin. I'm saying me and you're gonna make beautiful music together. A one and a two and a three.
Just like old China.
Howdy.
You get a little rest now, Minnie. And I'll be right back.
Oh, Gus. For 30 years, he's been bringing in worthless samples for assaying.
You'd think he'd give up.
No, not Gus. So, you know, I've got an idea how we can have some fun.
With Gus? What do you got in mind?
Well, Gus always leaves the samples and heads straight for the saloon, right?
Yeah.
So why don't we fix it so the assayer hunts Gus to tell him that he's finally made that rich strike?
Well, you think the assayer will go along with it?
Sure he will. Besides, we haven't played a good old trick on Gus for a long time.
It just might work. When he comes out, you follow him over to the saloon.
I can't wait till I see the look on the old coot's face.
Throat's a little dry, Minnie. I'll be right back.
A lot of funny guys.
Give me a glass of whiskey.
Hey, Gus, how you doing?
Howdy, Joe. Hoss. Hey, I said give me a whiskey.
When'd you get into town, Gus?
Oh, Minnie and I just rolled in. Another one. And move a little faster next time. Then when I buy this place, I might decide to keep you on the payroll.
What'd you do, hit it big, Gus?
Yeah, can't never tell.
Hey, Gus, how come you ain't stopped by the house to say hello lately?
Ain't been out that way for a long time now.
What do you mean you haven't been out that way? I saw you up by the North Fork of Little Beaver just the other day.
You need glasses, Joe. I don't know who you saw, but it wasn't me.
Gus, I saw you day before yesterday. I was up on Sawtooth Ridge, and I saw you down the meadow.
You need glasses too, Hoss, because I wasn't there either. I told you I ain't been out that way.
Gus! Gus, I got great news. That ore will run $3,400 a ton.
You hear that, boys? I finally hit it. Bartender, get me a drink. Get everybody a drink.
And we all hope it's worth $1 million to you, Gus. Hold on. Now, I know some of you people think this is a joke, but if it is, it's on you. Gus's ore is jewelry stuff, the richest I ever saw.
Rich! I'm rich!
Where'd you find it, Gus?
What are you saying, Slade?
You heard me. I never saw a richer gold ore in my whole life.
Where's the strike?
Where'd you find it, Gus? Where's the strike?
I ain't coming.
I said they saw you on the Ponderosa.
Oh, no.
Gus, is that where it is? Is it on the Ponderosa?
You two saw him on the Ponderosa. Now, we all heard you say that.
Everybody up the bar. Let's have a drink.
Let's get out of here.
Come on, boys. Everybody up the bar. Come on. Drinks around. Come on. Drinks around me. That's sound. Why everybody?
Hoss, how many people do you figure heard you tell Gus you'd seen him on the Ponderosa?
Everybody in the saloon, I reckon, Paul.
Now, it wasn't Hoss's fault. I shot my mouth off, too.
Oh, it isn't anybody's fault. Everybody will hear about it sooner or later. San Francisco's probably buzzing with the news right now.
Paul, you don't suppose old Gus really struck gold on the Ponderosa, do you?
No, I do not. Never found any gold on this ranch. Virginia City, the other side of the city, not this side.
I suppose he did make a strike on our property. What will we do, mine it?
The only way you can make any real money in mining gold is by going into it in a big way. Bring in monitors, bring in hydraulics, wash down the mountains, get rid of all the trees, sink shafts until you eke all the gold there is out of the ground, and then maybe you've made a lot of money, but you've also ruined a ranch called the Ponderosa. I happen to like the Ponderosa the way it is.
It comes to that, so do we.
Because Gus didn't file any claim, did he?
No, and the fact he didn't file a claim is going to make a lot of people think his strike was on somebody else's land, namely ours.
Exactly. That's what keeps worrying me. Once people get the gold fever, they lose all respect for other people's property rights. If they think that gold is found at the Ponderosa, they'll overrun this place like ants. I think we better get into town and talk to Gus and just put a stop to all this talk about gold being found at the Ponderosa. The whole thing's ridiculous.
The way they're telling it around town, Jim Slade, the assayer, came in. He said Gus's samples were jewelry stuff.
Yes, the richest gold ore he'd ever seen. Thank you, Perkins, that's all.
I got here as soon as I could, but I see you already know about it.
You think I got where I am by depending entirely on you for my information?
No, sir, I'm sure you didn't.
That's the first time you've been right in 6 months. The assay report. Did you get the details?
Yes, sir. The yield is 3,400 a ton.
Nuggets, dust, or quartz?
Gold-bearing quartz, sir.
Very good. If it were nuggets or dust, it could be just a little pocket worth only a few thousands. But if the samples are gold-bearing quartz, old Gus could have found himself a whole mountain of it, worth millions.
Rumor has the strike on the Cartwright property, the Ponderosa. If it is, it won't do us any good.
Oh, stop acting like a woman.
But, C.J., if it's on the Cartwright land, it belongs to the Cartwrights.
Don't try to think, Henshaw. Now, go get that old prospector and bring him over here. Go on.
Yes, sir.
Perkins.
Sure is good to have you back in my store again there. Well, we don't see enough of you around town anymore either. What's the matter with you? Why don't you come in once in a while, huh? Say, say, Gus, I never did know your last name.
Schultz, I think, near as I can remember. Got a few more things wrote down here that I'm going to need.
Anything you say, Mr. Schultz, you just name it.
You feeling all right this morning, Willie?
Feel fine, sir. Feel fine. Yourself?
Need salt pork, bacon, tea, beans, and, the shovel here.
I certainly can. Getting all this stuff together, you must be figuring to head out towards your mine.
That's what you figure, is it? Well,
put your money away, sir. Your credit's good anywhere in town. More so in here.
Yeah? That's a change. Last time I came in here, you tried to sweep me out with the trash.
Oh, now, let's not be like that, Mr. Schultz. You take people too serious. Why, we're all friends around here.
That's so. Strange, ain't it? I've been in and around this town for years. Been elbowed away from every bar and eating place. Been the butt of every unkind joke anybody could dream up. Now, all of a sudden, everybody wants to buy me drinks. Call me friend. Why do you reckon that is?
Well, I'm sure people didn't mean you no harm, Gus.
That's an easy thing to say if you ain't the one getting laughed at and shoved around.
When are you figuring on going out to the mine, Gus?
Well, now, what's that to you? Unless you're figuring on following me to find out where it is.
We ain't, Gus. But you know there's a lot of people in this town just waiting to try it. Now, what you need is a bodyguard.
Oh, you applying for the job?
We figure we might keep you out of any trouble you might get in.
In return for knowing where the mine is, I guess. Or $1,000 a month, maybe. No, thank you. Willie, I'll need one of them there picks.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Guess owning a mine ain't as easy as it sounds, eh, Gus? Takes a lot of sweat. Costs a lot of money to work it right.
Well, I didn't find that mine by sitting in the shade and whittling.
Need special equipment to get the gold out of there, won't you?
Of course I will. Think I'm gonna dig it out with my teeth?
$1,000 will go a long ways towards buying that equipment, won't it?
Long way. What you getting at, Willie?
Well, I'm a plain-speaking man, Gus. I reckon $1,000 would buy a good interest in that mine of yours. Maybe 20%?
Like maybe half of 1%.
Oh, come on now, Gus. I'm making you a serious offer.
And I'm making you one, too. Now, what do I owe you?
No. I'll just put it on your bill.
Well, service is looking up around here. Maybe I'll call back again. Oh, I'll pick up all this stuff later.
Oh, it'll be ready, Mr. Schultz. It'll be ready.
Gus! Oh, Gus! Whoa. There you are, Gus.
Mr. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz? Mr. Schultz, I've been looking all over for you. Mr. Shasta would like to talk to you.
You hear that, Willie? Mr. Shasta's a big, important man. Owns maybe a dozen of the richest mines in these parts. Big house, servants, fine horses. Way I hear it, he's got money he ain't even counted yet. Maybe you'd like to raise your offer and bid against Mr. Shasta.
Nobody can do that.
When does he want to see me?
Now, if it's convenient, Mr. Schultz.
Right now, I'll be just fine. Come on, Minnie. We're going to go calling on Mr. Shasta. We're ready.
Will this be satisfactory, sir?
Not for me. But should impress a man who's been used to a steady diet of sow belly and jackrabbit stew. Get that, will you, please?
Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Oh. Mr. Schultz, this is Mr. Shasta.
Howdy, Mr. Shasta.
Mr. Schultz, good of you to come and see me. I was just about to have a little snack here. Care to join me?
Oh, sure.
Here, let me help you. See anything else here
One
you'd
of
like?
them there, that's good.
All right. Now, would you care for a drink?
Oh, sure, yeah.
You prefer brandy, bourbon, or champagne?
Well, whatever you're having.
No, you name it.
Well, I've seen champagne in them little buckets a few times, but I never tasted it.
All right, then champagne it is. None finer anywhere.
Tastes pretty, but don't have much jolt to it.
No, it doesn't. Here, let me pour something else for you here. Napoleon brandy. I'm sure this will be much more to your taste. There, try that.
That's good drinking liquor.
Yeah, have some more.
Oh, thank you. That's fine. That's fine.
Let's sit down and have a little chat.
All right, don't mind if I do.
Oh, here. Over here in my chair.
Oh, sure.
Mr. Schultz, be comfortable.
Yeah.
You're a very lucky man, Mr. Schultz.
I guess I am at that. But I wish you'd call me Gus. Every time you say Mr. Schultz, I think you're talking to my father.
All right, then. Gus. Gus, it's a known fact that you've made a very rich gold strike. Now, you've been a miner long enough to know that it takes a lot of time, effort, and money to get that gold out of the ground in commercial quantities.
Been thinking about that.
It's not a job for one man, or two, or even 10. It's a job calling for manpower, machinery, and know-how.
Well, I wasn't figuring on doing it all by myself. Pretty good grub you got here.
Well, thank you, Gus. Now, Gus, I operate a number of mines, big ones. I can set up an organization to handle your claim. Bring in men, machines, build shafts, build a stamping mill. I can process more ore in 1 week. You put in a whole year.
Oh, sure. Pass the money, wouldn't it?
Money? I'm offering you...
I says to Minnie, you're gonna have the best oats there is the rest of your life.
Boys. Hello, Gus.
Oh, Mr.
Well,
Cartwright.
congratulations. I hear you found yourself a gold mine.
Well, I've been lucky at last.
You sure have. Like to join us for a moment? A little bit of conversation? Don't take a minute. Excuse us, boys. Come on over, Gus.
Sure, Mr. Cartwright.
Here, sit yourself down.
Howdy, Gus.
Howdy, Joe. Hoss.
Gus, you sure stirred up a fuss in this town.
I guess I did.
Where'd you find it?
You got no right to ask a man where he found gold, Mr. Cartwright. Tain't nobody's business where my strike's at.
Well, you're absolutely right, Gus. Of course, it isn't any of my business, except if it's on the Ponderosa, it is my business.
Well, I never said the strike was on your place.
Yeah, but Gus, you didn't say it wasn't neither.
Gus, how about you making a little sort of public announcement to the effect that it isn't on the Ponderosa?
No, I ain't making no public announcement about nothing. And nobody can make me either.
Of course.
Now, look, start telling folks where it ain't, and before long, everybody's going to know right where it's at.
You're not going to lose anything, Mike. You're not going to lose anything. Sure didn't help very much, did it? Let's get on home before somebody stakes a claim in our living room.
There you are, Minnie. Real oats. You sure got 'em coming. Like we got company coming, Minnie.
Afternoon, Gus. Nice day for a ride. You're a shrewd one, Gus. I know now I underestimated your ability as a businessman. But I'm ready to talk now.
I don't reckon we got anything to talk about, Mr. Shasta.
I'm going to sweeten the pot, Gus. $15,000 in cash and a 30% share of all the gold we take out of your mine. Now, that applies no matter where your strike is. All you have to do is show it to me, and I'll take care of the rest of it. Here you are. $15,000 cash.
I'm sure sorry. I just can't do it.
Is that your last word?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, Gus. Extremely sorry. Gentlemen, our friend Mr. Schultz needs a little persuading.
Yes, Minnie, you're gonna have a good life. A lot of oats. Yes, sir. Minnie, you're gonna have a good life. Ain't you fellas kind of long way from town?
You should have told Mr. Shasta what he wanted to know, Gus. Been a lot easier on you. And like I told you, you should have hired a couple of bodyguards. Because now you're going to need them.
his strike is. You were sent out there to get information from me. Now, why didn't you?
Well, he kind of collapsed before he got to that, sir.
If you'd let us handle it our way, we could have got your information.
If I'd let you handle it your way, the man would be dead by now. I never would get the information.
We did the best we could, Mr. Shasta. And we did like you said. We never even touched his face. Now, do we get our money?
This money is for keeping your mouth shut. Now, get out of here. Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
Strangers everywhere, and more coming every hour. The hotels are full. The only two words you hear on the street are gold and Ponderosa.
Ponderosa? Well, the Ponderosa is very big. Man could waste a whole lifetime searching unless he knew just where to look. The Rainbow Chasers know this, so they stay in Virginia City waiting for Gus to stake his claim.
Yes, sir, but when he does stake his claim, then the rush will start. And the Cartwrights will move in to protect their property.
You worry too much. In a situation like this, a man doesn't fight the inevitable. He makes it work for him. Henshaw, if you owned a ranch as lovely as the Ponderosa, you saw complete destruction coming, wouldn't you be willing to talk terms with a man who could do something about it? Well, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, I certainly would.
And so will Ben Cartwright.
Shasta.
Mr. Cartwright?
Come in, come in.
Thank you. You know Mr. Henshaw?
Yes, Cartwright. Of course. May I have your hat? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Well, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Thank you.
Come this way, please.
It's quite a while since I've been out here.
Yes, it has been quite a
long
while.
ride. I might add, a very dusty one, too. Last time I was here, I seem to recall you're pouring me a glass of excellent brandy that did cut the dust from the throat.
Let me refresh your taste.
Thank you. Just a drop. I still think this is the most beautiful ranch house I've ever seen.
Well, thank you very much.
Lots of excitement in town. People pouring in from everywhere.
So I understand. I guess the merchants are doing a landslide business.
Yes, they wish they did that kind of business every day. Well, good luck and good health.
Thank you.
Excellent brandy. Even better than I remembered.
Yes, indeed. Very fine.
Thank you. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. It's been a long ride. I'll stand.
Cartwright, are you aware that you are sitting on a powder keg?
Oh, really? What are you getting at?
You're a rancher. You deal in cattle, lumber, and land. Now, gold has been discovered on the Ponderosa.
Now, hold on just a moment. There has been the report of a gold strike, but there's no proof that it was on the Ponderosa.
Well, I have reason to believe that it is. And wherever gold is discovered, trouble usually follows.
Well, even if it were, this is a private ranch. It's closed to prospecting. Nobody can or ever will stake a claim on this property.
It's a commendable attitude. A man should protect what's his own. But I'm a mining man. I've seen this happen before. And regardless of whether it's a private ranch or whether it's illegal to stake a claim on it, people will pour in by the thousands. They will trample you right into the dirt. You're in serious trouble, Cartwright.
Well, if I'm in that kind of trouble, I guess I should get the law into this. I guess I could apply to the Army for troop support.
Well, it depends on how soon they get here and in what numbers. And besides, when they do, soldiers would probably desert to hunt gold on their own. It's happened before.
Mr. Shasta, I believe you have a plan.
Yes, to get there first with the most. You need me, Cartwright. I think we should form a partnership for our mutual profit. Together, we make a deal with Gus Schultz. You give me the exclusive mineral rights to all the land between Sawtooth and Little Beaver. Now, in return, I move in men and the most modern equipment. I do all the work. And we split every dollar of profit evenly.
this presupposes, of course, that the gold was discovered on this ranch. What about the thousands of prospectors? What about them?
Just a temporary nuisance. In the face of a big, well-organized operation, they won't stay long.
But they would overrun the place.
Probably, just like they did in California. And right here when the Comstock lode was found.
If the gold were discovered here, Mr. Shasta, how would you go about mining it?
By the most efficient method.
I see. Would that include the use of hydraulic machinery?
Yes, if that's the most efficient method.
Isn't that the machinery that you used at the Wentworth Ranch when you took that over by Gold Hill?
That's right.
Yes, that was very efficient. That machinery managed to turn 1,000 acres of beautiful prime land into a sea of mud, boulders, and rocks. Now, gentlemen, I'm afraid I don't intend to let you do that to the Ponderosa.
Oh, don't be hasty, Cartwright. Well, I've made you what I consider to be a very fair proposition, from which you could profit tremendously. And if we work together, I'm sure we can even improve on that.
Well, how would you go about improving the Ponderosa, though, Mr. Shasta? Once you turn it into a wasteland. No, I'm afraid I can't let you do that. This is a beautiful ranch. It's the only legacy I have for my sons.
I can see you've closed your minds. Well, I can understand your point of view. I need scarcely remind you, though, that I'm not easily discouraged. Thank you for the excellent brandy.
Thank you, Mr. Cartwright.
And sure. Gentlemen.
Good day.
Good day.
I just saw Shasta leaving. What did he want?
Well, Mr. Shasta wants to go into the mining business with us as partners right here in the Ponderosa. Isn't that nice? Joe, you better go find Gus. Bring him out here now.
I wouldn't talk to us before.
Well, he has to talk to us now. He's no match for a man like Shasta. Go find him. Hog tie him, but bring him here.
Yes, sir.
Hey, guys. Hey, guys.
Well, there's nothing we can do, boys, so why don't you just go on about your business? Joe?
What's this all about, Roy?
Old Gus's mule come into town with Gus draped over her back. Been beat up pretty bad. Inside. Well, go on, man.
Oh, Joe.
How's Gus?
Not good.
Is there any chance I can talk to him just for a minute?
He won't make much sense until tomorrow, Joe. All he keeps mumbling is that he never meant to make the Cartwright so much trouble. I told him 3 months ago that his heart wouldn't stand much more, and this beating just about did him in.
Look, I'll go back to the ranch and tell Pa we'll come in town tomorrow and stay at the hotel. Let us know as soon as he can talk.
I will, Joe.
Thanks, Doc.
Well, Gus, you sure have this town stirred up.
Sign up now and get a $50 grub stake. Shasta Mining Company will pay the man who locates Gus Schultz's strike a $5,000 finder's fee. And in addition, we'll give that man 25% of all profits taken from any mining done there. Now, in the interest of fair play, no one starts the hunt until Mr. Shasta gives the word. That way, everyone has an even chance.
How's it going, Henshaw?
212 men so far, Mr. Shasta. We should have 300 before the day's over.
Very good. Very good. I'll be at home.
Yes, sir. Sign up now and get your $50 grub stake, everybody. Shasta Mining Company will pay the man a $5,000 finder's fee. And in addition, we'll give that man 25% of all profits taken from any mining done there. Sign up now and get a $50 grub stake. All right, sign up, everybody.
Hear that.
Get the grub stake. Shasta Mining Company will give that man 25% of all profits coming from any operation of that mine. Sign up now and get a $50 grub stake.
Excuse me, Mr. Henshaw. Where's Mr. Shasta?
He's not here, Mr. Cartwright. He's at home.
He is he?
Sign up now and get a $50 grub stake. Shasta Mining Company will pay the man who locates Gus Schultz's strike a $5,000 fine.
Now, you stay at the hotel and wait for word from the doctor. I'm going to see Mr. Shasta at his house.
Yeah. Coming out of the action of that line.
I'm sorry, sir. I'll have to announce you.
That's all right. I think you'll see me.
Well, come in, Cartwright.
Mr. Shasta, I'd like you to call your men off.
Would you care for some brandy?
I said I'd like you to call your men
You gave
off.
me some very fine brandy
Mr.
when I
Shasta,
visited.
I just came from your office where Mr. Henshaw's recruiting prospectors.
Yes. I was agreeably surprised. Henshaw tells me we'll have over 300 men by nightfall.
What do you think they're going to be doing the prospecting?
Between Sawtooth and Little Beaver.
Now, any fool with half a brain in his head knows that's Ponderosa country.
Now, wait a minute, Cartwright. You can't prove that.
I don't have to prove it. Everybody knows it.
I've been doing a little research here. This
I'm
should
not
interest
interested in your
you.
research. Just tell
Step
Mr.
over
Henshaw
here.
to stop recruiting those prospectors.
Sawtooth and Little Beaver. That's wild, rough country up there.
Yes, it is.
Now, these townships are yours. Descriptions and deeds are duly recorded.
That's right.
Now, on a map, a boundary is a line drawn on paper. But on the ground, out there in that tangle of forests and canyons and cliffs, where is the boundary?
Right where it's always been, Mr. Shasta. The line runs from the tip of the lake over to Mount Blue. I own everything south of that.
So the descriptions say, but where exactly is that line?
I just told you, right where it's always been, right there.
Now, if that boundary was ever completely surveyed, which I doubt, it was a long time ago. There are no fences out there. Where are the witness trees, the cornerstones? Who can say exactly where the Ponderosa ends and the public lands begin?
I can.
Now, I take the negative view. You may own part of that land, Cartwright, but not all of it.
Mr. Shasta, let's get one thing straight right now. The first man sets foot on any part of that land south of that line, I take you to court.
Wait a minute, Cartwright. I expect you to. Mining and litigation go hand in hand. That's been the history of it. Every mine in the Virginia City area has been in litigation ever since the first shovel of earth was turned. It's always been that way. Same thing exists today. I have an excellent legal staff, Cartwright. You're going to have to fight this battle on my terms. Unless, of course, you want to reconsider the offer you turned down when I visited your ranch.
Then you certainly have a right to expect the law to protect your property, providing, of course, it is your property. And from what you tell me, there could be some doubt about that.
Now, Roy, I told you, Shasta's trying to tie the Ponderosa up in litigation while he plunders it.
We know that, but the point is that the boundary is not marked. And running prospectors off of what they believe to be public land could lead to an all-out shooting war.
Well, how do I stop him from going on that land?
Well, we found Bill in the recorder's office.
Oh, Bill. Hello, Ben. Glad to see you. Thank you. Oh, but listen, I need a job done very quickly. How long do you think it'll take you to survey the north boundary of the Ponderosa?
Well, if I can hire a full crew and don't run into bad weather, 50, 60 days.
That long?
Oh, easy.
Well, you better do it. And start work right now. You're hired as of this minute.
Right, Ben.
60 days. How do I keep him off the Ponderosa for that length of time?
Hey, Bob! What's all the rush about? Old Gus is gone.
Just going to the hotel looking for you. Gus is gone.
I know he's gone. Do you know where he went?
No. I was called out on emergency, and when I came back, he was gone.
Town seems to know it.
They know it because I told them. I wanted all the help I could get. His heart's so weak, he could die if I don't get him back into bed.
Doc, those men don't care about Gus. They just want to find out where he staked his claim.
Well, all I want is to try and save his life.
Well, if he went back where I saw him, he'll be out at Sawtooth by Little Beaver.
Now, you boys go after him and find him quick. I'm going to stay in town and see if I can get the army in on this and talk some sense into those gold-hungry buzzards.
Stand a better chance if we all split up.
We might. Then again, you might know something we don't. Try to get rid of us and go after that $5,000 finder's fee all for yourself. Not to mention 25% of the mine.
Now, look, we've been working together for months. And you think I'd do a thing like that?
We work together for small change. This is big money.
No sign up on the flat. Leaves a meadow and Little Beaver.
Too bad old Gus just didn't come right out and tell you that he found gold on the Ponderosa.
And it would have saved everybody a lot of trouble.
I'll tell you what. You two split off, and I'll take the matter.
All right, if you don't find him, you know where we'll be at.
Joe and the sheriff hunting old Gus, too.
Yeah, Joe saw him prospecting around here. He's got a better idea of where he is than we have.
This'll make things easier for us.
Take a look.
I saw the biggest stripe that ever been found.
Howdy, Gus. All right, Gus?
No, I ain't all right. But I don't care. Look at me. Been nothing all my life. Then a couple of months ago, Doc says I'm going to die real soon. I lived like nothing. Now I was going to die like nothing.
I never thought you were nothing, Gus.
Bless your heart, boy, I know that. But I wanted more. Just once before I died, I wanted the respect of everybody. People to look up at me. Think I was a man worth knowing. And I made it. Didn't I, little Joe?
Yeah, you made it, Gus.
Been a big man since my strike. Everybody talking about old Gus. Buying me drinks. Why, people even started calling me Mr. Schultz.
So, this is where your strike is.
Yes, sir. You found her. This is where she is, all right. Oh,
Gus, what's the matter?
my arm. It's gone dead. I can't feel anything.
Hey, couple of you men help the sheriff. Get a travoy made. We gotta get him to the doctor.
Silence! Hey, you come back here!
Figured Pike and Fallon had run. Them two beat me bad. Trying to find out where my strike was. And it's here. Right here. Behind that rock yonder. Gotta be the biggest joke that ever was. But I was a big man. Mr. Schultz.
You were a big man, Gus.
I found it! I found the mine! I found the gold! I found Gus's mine. I want the $5,000. Are you give me the money, I'll tell you where it is. I'll show you where it is.
I want more than your word. I want proof.
You give me the money, I'll give you plenty of proof.
It ain't his money, it's mine. Now, I'm the one who found Gus's strike, not him.
Fallon with you.
I was there first, and I want that money.
I'll tell you who gets the money. The man who staked the claim. Now, which one of you is that? Come on, speak up.
All right, that'll be enough. I think it's about time I had something to say about this. Now, that strike is on Ponderosa country. Nobody stakes a claim, do you understand? Absolutely nobody.
Don't listen to him. That is public land out there.
I don't know all of you fellas. My name's Ben Cartwright. Those of you who do know I'm a man of my word. And my word is that nobody sets foot in the Ponderosa. Nobody.
Ike, you two are under arrest. Old Gus made a dying statement that you're the ones that beat him up.
Shasta paid us to do it. He wanted the gold mine.
There's your gold mine, Shasta. All 2 sacks of it. Gus bought the ore. We found the receipt in his pocket. See, there never was a gold mine. Just a lonely old man who spent his whole life looking for the big strike that never happened. Now, you thought Gus was pretty funny, didn't you? Used to laugh at him, make him the butt of all your jokes. Well, one day the doctor told Gus he was gonna die. But before he went, he wanted that one big moment of glory. Well, Gus got it. And this time the laugh's on you.
Come on, Chester.
The gold rush was over, gone like a soap bubble in the sun. The Ponderosa was just as it had always been, and we went home.
your orders? Move out, Benson.
Pauline, don't you think somebody with experience ought to steal those horses, like maybe Samson here?
I give the orders. I expect them to be obeyed.
But I know the Cartwrights. If I get...
I gave you an order, Benson. Now carry it out or face court-martial.
Did you just hear something?
What was I supposed to hear?
Well, I just heard the gate squeak.
Go after those horses, Captain. Send Benson after another one.
Yes, sir, General.
Did you lock the corral when you...
You couldn't hear anything over that snore. I'll go check it.
Unbelievable.
Hey, Pa! Somebody's stealing the horses! They have guns. Retreat.
Ever seen him before?
No, never have. See anything?
No, it's too dark. If there's any of them left, they sure scattered.
Well, let's get this one into town. Saddle up the horses.
Yes, sir.
What do you figure they'll do to Samson?
Put him in jail. We'll get him out. And when we do, Virginia City will have reason to remember Napoleon.
It might go a lot easier with you, boy, if you told us who was with you.
You and everybody else gonna be sorry you ever saw me. I got friends who are gonna bust me out of here.
I'm telling you here and now, start talking.
I done my talking. You're gonna get your town tore up.
It's no use, Ben. I'm not going to get a thing out of him. I wrote the sheriffs in adjoining counties. It might turn up something on them.
Just can't figure what's eating at some of these youngsters today.
Somewhere I can call home.
It might go a lot easier with you, boy, if you told us who was with you.
You and everybody else gonna be sorry you ever saw me. I got friends who are gonna bust me out of here.
I'm telling you here and now, start talking.
I done my talking. You're gonna get your town tore up.
It's no use, Ben. I'm not going to get a thing out of him. I wrote the sheriffs in adjoining counties and might turn up something on him.
Just can't figure what's eating at some of these youngsters today. You know, he's barely old enough to shave.
He's old enough to steal horses. He's old enough to go to jail.
Yeah, I suppose so. Well, see you later.
Don, when are you coming out to the Ponderosa to bring some horses for me?
I've got other things to do.
Donnie, where are your manners?
So long, Mr. Carter.
Ben, I'm so sorry. I just don't know what to do with that boy. He's changed. He's never around anymore. He used to help me out over at the store all the time, but... well, lately he's... Ben, you understand, boys. I wish you could talk to him. He misses his father so much. Well, so do I.
We all do, Grace. He was a good friend. But, Donnie, you know, it's one thing to raise 3 sons of your own. It's another to talk to somebody else's son. I'll tell you what you do. Why don't you bring him out with you Friday night to the school benefit social at the Ponderosa?
Well,
Well, you are coming now, aren't you? I mean, what would we do without one of your famous chocolate cakes?
Of course, Ben. I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world.
Good.
Well, I'd better be going now. I have to open up the store.
See you Friday.
Napoleon Bonaparte was considered the greatest strategist and natural commander of all time. And that's the way we're going to run this army. Just the way Napoleon would have run it.
You planned things last night, Napoleon. They didn't go too good.
You're wrong, J.W. It was a training mission. Do you know what blooding the troops means? Put them under fire. Watch how they react. That's what I was doing last night.
Samson got caught.
We'll get him out. You're late, Private Benson.
I had to help my mother at the store.
What kind of an excuse is that? You know your way around Virginia City pretty well, don't you?
Yes, sir. I lived there all my life.
The rest of us aren't known over there. And I don't want us to be. Not just yet. Could you get me the layout to the jail?
Sure I could, Napoleon.
All right. Let's see exactly what kind of a spy you'd make. Exactly what happened in Virginia City today?
Nothing special. Most everybody's getting ready for that big benefit social out at the Ponderosa Friday night. And Ben Cartwright was in at the jail, but Samson didn't talk.
Of course Samson didn't talk. He's a soldier. And I'm going to give you a chance to be one. I want daily reports. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
We're not going to hold any more meetings here. That drunken uncle of mine is beginning to ask too many questions. You'll never meet me in the same place twice. You understand? Benefit social, huh? And we've already had a chance to look around the Ponderosa.
I don't know, Napoleon. We've never tackled anything like the Cartwrights before.
You've got it wrong, J.W. The Cartwrights have never tackled anything like us before. Now scatter, men. I don't want any two of you seen at the same time, together. My uncle's coming back here in a few minutes.
Well, I was wondering if you two were going to get here.
Hello, Ben. We had a last-minute rush of business at the store. Oh, Ben, the place looks just beautiful. Doesn't it, Donnie?
Yeah, it looks all right.
Grace, if I know boys, and I think I do, at least I ought to, I think that table back there, the one with the food, is the one that's going to interest Donnie most. Donnie, how about coming over there with me? We'll have something to eat. It's enough for everybody. Let me take that beautiful chocolate cake. Boy, that looks good. That's good.
You're as bad as Donnie.
Oh, it's good. Hey, Donnie. Think that you and I could finish this just by ourselves?
I don't like cake that much.
Grace, let's have some punch, huh?
Oh, yes.
Now, Grace, Donnie's going to be all right. Now, stop worrying about him.
Ben, I wish you could talk to him.
Look, you're here to have a good time, so have a good time.
This is a marvelous idea of yours, raising money for the school this way.
Well, I think by the time we have our big meeting at the town hall, we'll have reached our objective. Grace, will you excuse me? I see the sheriff wants to see me. I think we're not in trouble. You had a good time? What's on your mind, Clem?
Well, I thought you might like to know I got a report on that horse thief you caught.
Well, that's fast work. All right, what'd you find out?
Well, not the first time he's been picked up. Been in trouble in Carson City. Always runs with a gang from Gold Hill.
Gold Hill. I heard there's a pretty rough gang of kids over there.
Well, they stay on their own side of the divide. Not much I can do about it.
This fellow Sampson. What he did, was that serious?
Serious enough. Going back to Carson City Monday morning to stand trial. I believe that boy's going to prison.
A young fellow like that, too. Well, I see you're sampling the food. Don't forget to leave your donation.
All right, men. You've been trained thoroughly for this mission. The key to our success is speed and surprise. Rep.
I get the guns.
JW.
I get the cash box.
Fritz.
I get guns, too.
The rest of you men know your assignments. See that you carry them out. We attack simultaneously on my command. Operation Austerlitz.
Where you go be, Napoleon?
At my command post. All right, put on your mask and move out.
Donnie? How's it going? Having a good time?
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, you and I, we ought to have a long talk one of these days.
What about?
Nothing in particular. Just that your father and I, we were close friends. And now it seems to me that a fellow needs a man to visit with sometime. That's all.
My mother's been talking to you about me, hasn't she?
What? Yes. Yes, she has, Donnie.
Well, listen, you tell her to quit worrying because there's nothing wrong.
How much is he?
$2. Thank you.
Austerlitz!
Little boy try to steal horse. Little boy break up social. In China, little boy have respect for elder. Should be same thing here.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Hey, Clem, come on in.
Joe.
How you doing?
Man, hot thing, hot.
Clem, good to see you. Your timing's not too good. We just finished eating, but Hop Sink can rush up some food.
Oh, no, I don't want anything to eat. Listen, Ben, I took a ride over to Gold Hill to just check, see what I can find out about that gang kid's been raising such a ruckus over there. I ran into some kind of strange story.
Huh?
The leader of this outfit calls himself Napoleon.
Napoleon?
That's right. The gang's his army. He drills them, figures out every single move he's going to make.
Well, that bunch of kids that was over here sure had things planned out, didn't they?
Well, that's what I figured.
They stole their donation money and 6 guns.
Now, he lives with an old duffer. He used to be a professor. That mean anything to you?
Say, there was a fella here about a month ago. Spent a couple of hours with me right here. He was a professor from back east. Lives around here somewhere.
You know where it is?
Yeah, I think
You
so.
think you can find a place?
Oh, sure.
Well, let you and I go and have a talk with him.
See you later. This must be the place.
Come in. It's not locked. Gentlemen, welcome. What can I do for you?
Professor, it's good to see you again.
Oh, Mr. Cartwright. Yes, it's very good to see you.
Clem Foster, Sheriff, Virginia City.
Very happy to know you, Sheriff. Mr. Cartwright, I've been planning to pay another visit, but my research has kept me pretty much tied to my desk.
What kind of research are you doing?
History, Mr. Cartwright. History. Even before I was a professor at Harvard University. Excuse me for a moment, please. Medicinal. I've felt a cold coming on. Would you gentlemen care to join me?
No, thanks.
Thank you.
Those were happy days at Harvard. All those eager young minds thirsting for knowledge. Oh, I forget myself. Surely you didn't come by to listen to an old man prattle on about the past.
As a matter of fact, we came to ask you about a young man, Napoleon, I think he calls himself.
Yes, Napoleon. His real name is Ted Arsenault. He's my nephew. He's an avid student of the Napoleonic Wars, and that explains his nickname.
Could you tell us where we might find him?
Oh, he comes and he goes. That's the way it should be. I believe in complete freedom for young people, don't you? Interesting boy. Interesting. I brought him out here with me when I contracted a common human ailment, greed. I thought I was going to make a fortune mining silver. Instead, well, no matter. Now, about the boy. Brilliant mind. Brilliant. He's a perfect student. Why do you want to see my nephew? Is there anything wrong?
Well, no, I just want to talk to him, is all.
Oh. Well, he comes and goes, but when I see him, I'll tell him.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Napoleon. That's a strong name. That's why he likes it. Gives him a sense of power. And that boy will go far. No matter what he chooses for his life's work, he'll be a success at it.
And I heard the sheriff say they're going to move Sampson to Carson City next Monday morning.
Very well. What else?
Well, Sampson's in the first cell on the left, and the sheriff goes to lunch at 12, and sometimes he leaves the deputy, sometimes he just locks the door.
What about the keys to the cells?
Well, they're hanging by a ring just inside the door.
Very good, Private Benson.
Before long, every man will be armed and qualified to use his weapon.
Do some practicing, Private Benson. When you can show me that you know how to shoot, I'll see that you get a horse.
Where'd you get the gun?
Well, in at the store. Mom said I could practice with it.
Mind if I have a look at it?
Sure.
Doesn't look like a very new gun to me. It's pretty well used. Now, you didn't get this at the store, did you?
No, sir. I found it. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I think maybe we better take this back to town and find out who lost it.
I was just practicing with it.
How'd you get out here?
I thought I'd take a walk out here by myself for a while, that's all.
Well, I'm going back to town. Mount up, I'll give you a ride back.
Yes, sir.
Woo! 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 Move up. Move. All right.
Hey, Joe. Hey, how you doing, Pa? So you picked up a stray. How you doing, Donnie?
Yeah, picked Donnie up ways out of town. How's everything going?
Just fine, fine. Picked up the mail, got all the papers straightened out. How long are you going to be in town?
Oh, about an hour or so. Why?
Good deal. I'll wait for you. Ride back home with you.
Fine. Where'll you be?
I'll find my horse. All right.
Donnie, Ben.
Clem. Donnie here found a gun near the Black Rock cutout, wasn't it? And he wanted to bring it in here.
You found this?
Yes, sir. Just like Mr. Cartwright said.
It could be one of those stolen at the Ponderosa. I'll check into it. Owner always recognizes his own gun. And Donnie, thanks a lot for bringing it in.
Sure. Can I go now?
Certainly, as far as I'm concerned. All right, Ben, what's the rest of the story?
Oh, it's just riding along right near that cutoff, and I heard some shooting, so I went over to investigate.
Uh-huh.
And Donnie was there, and he was practicing with that gun.
You think he found this?
Oh, I don't know, Clem. I know his mother's worried about him.
Yeah. I suppose I'll have to tell her. You know, Ben, that's part of this job they don't say anything about when they put your name on the ballot.
Bye, Ben. Thank you for coming in.
Well,
I'll get your order out as soon as I can.
thank you. I'll see you soon, Grace.
All right. Donnie? Donnie, come here a minute, please. I'd like to talk to you.
What about?
Donnie, you know how I feel about guns. Whether you found that gun
Boy,
or
that
did...
Ben Cartwright couldn't wait to get over here and tell you all about it, could he?
Ben Cartwright had nothing to do with it. Clem Foster told me about the gun. Well, he had to. It's part of his duty.
You know, I don't know why everybody's got to be sticking their nose into my business. I found a gun and I shot it a few times. That's such a crime?
Nobody said it was a crime, Donnie. But I just don't like you fooling around with guns.
You just don't like anything I do you? Well, I'm sick and tired of being treated like a 2-year-old. Now, will you leave me alone?
Military organization is based on a chain of command for a very good reason. Any man, including myself, may be a casualty. A general knows he may have to die. But in dying, he never really loses command.
Hey, you really believe all that stuff you read, don't you?
I not only believe it, I live by it.
You mean you'd be ready to die for all of us?
Naturally. You're my troops, and I'm your commander. Here comes our spy. You missed a very good lesson, Private Benson. But I'm glad you're here anyway. What's your intelligence report?
Nothing special.
Nothing special? I saw Cartwright right up. I saw him take that gun away from you. What happened?
Ben Cartwright turned the gun over to the sheriff. I told him I found it.
Those Cartwrights are starting to get in the way quite a bit. It's Joe Cartwright's fault that Sampson's in jail. And now Ben Cartwright takes a gun away from one of our troops. Was the old man the only Cartwright in town?
No, Joe was there, too. I heard him say they were going to ride back to the ranch together.
It's very interesting. All right, men. Operation Yena.
Operation Yena? What's that?
You'll find out. JW, move out. There'll be no shooting. So leave your guns here at the command post. We don't want a murder charge on us. Not yet.
You Mr. Cartwright? You're not House Cartwright.
How you tell? Mr. Horse over by barn.
Mr. Cartwright, come quick. I need help.
What's wrong, buddy? What's happened?
A bunch of us kids were racing, and one of the boys fell off. He's hurt bad. I think it's his back.
Just calm down. I'll be right with you. We'll do what we can.
Third Division across the draw. Attack on my command.
He's right down there, around that bend. I'll go get a wagon.
They're trying to kill him! Napoleon! Call him off! You said we weren't gonna hurt him! Call him off!
Just watch this, Benson. This is where strategy pays off. Just like the Battle of Jena. Catching the enemy completely by surprise. Third Division! Attack!
That story about Napoleon sounds almost unbelievable.
I know it does, but it's true. Now, Clem feels that... Oh. Isn't that your brother's horse?
Yeah, it looks like Chubb.
What's he doing here? I thought he was working at the house.
Hoss, what happened to you?
I got clubbed. Clubbed real bad by a bunch of kids.
Well, this does it, Ben. I gotta find out Napoleon.
There's not much doubt. It's the same bunch of boys.
This not work of little boy. This is work of madman.
It was well planned.
Why? I'm going over to the professor's shack and wring it out of him one way or another where this Napoleon is.
Let me go with you.
Now, you better stay right here, young fella.
How do you feel, son?
Oh, I'll be all right, Pa. Be up, madam, in a day or two.
No. My boy Ted wouldn't do a thing like that. You have no proof that he had any part in it at all.
You told me you know the one I've got locked in now, Samson.
Yes. He comes here often. He's my boy's closest friend.
All right, then. The least you can do is come to town with me and talk to him. You can do that much. Maybe you can get it out of him. What's been going on? This Ted Arsenault of yours hasn't been involved. I'd be just as happy as you about it.
I have always trusted Ted. He is an excellent student and a fine boy. If I were to do that, I would be betraying my trust in him.
If you don't do it, you leave me no choice. I'll mount a posse and hunt him down now. Are you coming with me or not?
No, Sheriff, I'm not. Oh, I know you're a good man, but I can't forget that you came here only to accuse a boy who is as close to me as a son. Good night, Sheriff. I'm afraid you made a trip for nothing.
All right, Professor. Have it just your way.
What did he want?
Ted, my boy, I was beginning to worry about you.
I asked you who that was.
Sit down, boy. Sit down. I want to talk to you for a moment.
I can hear standing up. Now, you going to tell me or not?
It was the sheriff from Virginia City. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Those lawmen are all alike. Just because some kids want to have a little fun.
I told him that's what it was, Ted. I knew that's what it was. I knew you wouldn't be involved in anything like raiding a school benefit or beating a man.
You wouldn't, would you, Ted?
Why don't you crawl back in your bottle where you belong and leave me alone?
I just wanted you to know, if you ever did get in any kind of trouble, I'd want you to come to me, because I'm here to help you. No matter what the trouble was, I'd want you to talk to me.
And who wants to talk to an old drunk like you?
Chet? Chet, boy, come back.
I was trying to be reasonable. Donnie just flared up. He hasn't been home all night, Sheriff.
Go ahead, Sheriff. Go chase after little lost boys. Maybe it'll save your neck when my friends come to get me out.
Pipe down in there.
Oh, what's the matter, Sheriff? Getting nervous?
Grace, I'll do everything I can. Now, there has to be an answer to this, and until we get it, just stop worrying yourself to death.
Thank you.
Boy, ma'am. Oh, Grace. Grace, I'm glad we ran into you. We were going to stop by the store to see if you'd sit with us at the school board meeting.
Ben, Clem told me what happened to Hoss. If I thought Donnie had anything to do with that, I...
No reason to believe that Donnie had anything to do with it. He ran off yesterday afternoon. He hasn't come back.
Clem, excuse me. I want to ask you something. Anybody see anything out of him?
Nobody's turned up yet.
Hear anything from Sampson? Did you get anything out of him?
Not a word, and I don't think I'm going to, Ben.
Well, we'd better get along to that meeting.
All right, men. You know the plan. We've been through it a dozen times. The minute that town hall bell starts ringing, we move. We'll get the rifles first.
Rifles? You didn't say anything to me about any rifles. Where are we going to get them?
In case you forgot, Private Benson, your mother's store is full of rifles.
I'm not going to rob from my own mother.
You don't have to. All you have to do is let us in.
I won't do it. Go!
You'll do it. All right, men.
Open it. I won't do it, I tell you. It's the way my mother makes her living. It's the only way she's got.
That's very touching, Benson. I know you have a key. Use it.
Hey, do you want your arm broke? Go ahead, Donnie. I'll break it if you don't. I know he will. Oh, all right. Now, please. Let me go. I don't want to have anything more to do with this.
Let you go and tell the sheriff? I don't think so.
I won't let you do it! Grab him! Grab him!
JW, go get some rope. Tie him up and gag him.
Wait. This is the gun for you, Napoleon.
All right, sentries. Take your positions. I'll move to my command post.
Very good. Despite all
The next one moves gets shot. My sentries are covering every inch of the street. I want your sheriff to open the jail and let my friend out. You do that, and we'll leave here quietly. Anybody crosses me up, somebody's gonna get hurt.
No, Sheriff, please. He's just a boy.
Young man, you're going about this the wrong way.
You keep your advice to yourself. All right, where's the sheriff?
I can talk to him. Please let me try.
All right, try. I'm backing up with this gun.
Ted, listen to me.
Stay out of this!
You know how wrong this is, boy. All those years we've spent studying together, boy. I wasn't preparing you for this.
Shut up, you drunken bum! Who's asking you? All right, get my friend out of jail, or we start shooting.
I've got to stop you, son.
I told you to shut up! All right, boy. Sheriff, you're gonna walk me over to that jail and release Sampson.
As long as I've got your word, there'll be no shooting.
Sheriff, we're gonna walk over there. You want me? You're gonna have to get him. Don't shoot! Don't shoot!
No, don't shoot. He said he'd die for us, didn't he?
I'm gonna give your leader here a chance to show you how much guts he's got. Gonna give him a chance you didn't give my brother. It's just gonna be him and me.
Shoot! No, don't shoot.
All right, I saw you beat up an old man. Let's see how brave you are against somebody that's got a gun. Go on, big man, pick it up.
Your leader? Is this the man you want to follow?
Thank heaven Donnie wasn't with him.
You Donnie's mother?
Yes. What do you know about him? Where is he? Is he all right?
Yes, he's all right, ma'am. He's over in back of your store. But you better get to him.
Donnie.
Well, I tried to stop him from getting in, but they forced me.
Donnie. Donnie, are you all right?
Yeah.
All right, let me get you back.
What's going to happen to him, Mr. Cartwright?
Well, I guess Samson will go back to jail. Napoleon, as he calls himself, he'll have to go to prison. The rest of them, well, they did give themselves up. I guess they'll get about 30 days hard labor.
I have to go with him, Mr. Cartwright.
Donnie, what are you saying?
I was out at the Ponderosa that night, Mr. Cartwright, and I helped trap Hawes. I didn't know he was going to be hurt, but still I was a part of it. Don't you see, Mama? I'm as guilty as they are. I've got to pay, too.
Donnie. Oh, Ben.
Now, Grace, in many ways, a boy can prove himself a man. Donnie just did it his way.